Recording in progress.
Good afternoon. Today is Wednesday, August 5th, 2026. This is a regular meeting of the City of Marina Council. Anita, can we please get a roll call?
Councilmember McCarthy.
Here.
Councilmember McAdams.
Here.
Councilmember Biella.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Vischer.
Here
Mayor Delgado.
is on his way. Thank you. We'll open it up for public comments on closed session items. Seeing nobody in the room and nobody on Zoom, I guess. Correct? Yeah. Okay, we'll close public comments. City Attorney, are there any changes to the agenda for the closed session?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. There are no changes.
Thank you. Then we will go into our closed session and we'll come back here at 6:30. Thank you.
Recording stopped.
Okay. We'll go ahead and get
Recording
started.
in progress.
We've just returned from City Council closed session. And now we'll begin the Wednesday, August 5th, 2026 open session for the Marina City Council. Can we have a roll call, please? Can we have our, thank you, City Attorney summarize our closed session, please?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So council provided direction, but took no reportable action.
All right. Jenny, would you mind leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance after a moment of silence?
Sure.
Please stand for a moment of silence and the Pledge of Allegiance.
And begin.
Thank you, Jenny. Okay, we have a fire response maps presentation to start us off tonight.
Yes.
And our division chief, Mark Sweeney, will.
Mayor, council members, good evening. I didn't know I'd be up here so soon. I was just pulling out the agenda to see where I was lining up. We have a presentation available. Perfect. So I'm going to just give you a very brief update tonight on a project that we've been working on for the last couple of years. We had some very outdated response maps. I gave you a sample up there that looks like this. If you feel like looking at it, it's a big old heavy book. Fire department likes to know where we're going, and we like to know where we're going right away. So updated and accurate maps are incredibly important to us. As I imagine everybody is aware, we've had a few new streets added to town, a couple new addresses. And with that, our old response maps were very outdated. So with some help from Guido, he put me in contact with Max Antono over at Rincon Consulting. He's one of their GIS analysts over there, and I've been working hand in hand with him for the last couple of years to really get some nice, beautiful, very accurate maps. It's got every hydrant in the city, every Knox box, every alleyway, every park, perk pond. It's got it all. Next slide, please. So our old maps were last updated around 2018. The image on the left is a little snapshot out of the old book that was a small, kind of faded 8.5 by 11 paper copy. That is the area just south of the old Roller City, Water City Roller Hockey, where we now have a bunch of homes. And you can see there's a bunch of old barracks, and they're long gone. And we have a whole new city down there, which is on the map on the right, which is the one in your hands. And you can see where the big city park's going to be in green. Along with all the new houses. So we even have some streets and addresses that are in there for the full build out of the city, including all areas of Marina Station, which is really great because we're way ahead of the curve. We've been working with the developers to make sure we have that updated information along with all the hydrant layers and everything that goes along with it. So really excited about that. This gives an opportunity for our folks to have very accurate, up-to-date data. Along with these, one thing we don't have quite yet that I'm working on is a gigantic 6 by 7 foot wall map that'll go in each station. And what that does is it affords our the firefighters that are on the engine to quickly meet up, come up with a game plan, look at their route of travel, pinpoint exactly what hydrant they're going to grab if they're going to a fire, and just kind of have that good communication and make a plan. So that'll be a really nice addition as well. Next slide, please. So along with this map program and updating all these files, we recently added a program countywide called Tablet Command. And what that enables us is almost every engine in the county has an iPad, a tablet in the apparatus, and we've got all these maps built in. So now when we have folks coming to our jurisdiction doing auto aid, mutual aid responses to help us out on fires, they also have access to all of our addresses, every one of our hydrants, all the information we have, they have as well, and vice versa when we go to them. So that's a really nice feature. On the right, you can see those numbers like the E5411, E5412. Those are our fire engines here in Marina. And what that is a quick little screen grab where we're able to see real time where all of our vehicles are. So for the responding units, they can see how far out folks are coming in. We can know exactly where people are when they're responding to vehicles or to calls. And yeah, next slide, please. And then a little bit more on tablet command. On the left side there, we've also integrated a new program called First Do. And what this has allowed us to do in part is we can have our pre-incident plans built into these maps. So on the tablet, the image on the left is the VA, and it's kind of hard to see from here, but all those little dots on there are different areas of concern for the fire department. It might be where a stairwell is, an elevator, our fire department sprinkler system connections, the hydrants. So we can zoom in on that real close and see exactly where everything is. And as we build that out, we can also add additional information to those plans. And then the real nice thing about that is when we go out on company level inspections, or our fire marshal goes out and does an inspection, he can bring the iPad with him. He can add those icons directly where they are at any building, and they will populate our tablet command system in near real time. So these things will stay very, very up to date. And then the little grab on the right there, a little bit less to do with maps, but it's a function of tablet command. And what it allows us to do is kind of track resources on an incident, which increases our safety, our accountability for all of our folks. We can basically drag and drop our fire engines to their different incident command system assignments and track them. We can track time, how long they've been in the structure. There's built-in checklists. So all of that was kind of part of this whole mapping upgrade. So kind of exciting for the fire department. I know it's just a map, but it's a big deal for us because our old maps were so darn outdated that we just had no way of knowing where we were going a lot of times. We would have to rely occasionally on Google Maps. And of course, Google Maps isn't always up to date either. So this has been great. I want to thank Guido for kind of hooking me up with Rincon and getting this whole process started. And that's it. I'm happy to answer any questions if you've got them.
Mayor Pro Tem Fisher? Oh, sorry, Councilmember Biala?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So on this huge thing that you gave us up here, it says weed abatement zones.
Yeah.
Could you tell us about that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
So every year we do what we call weed abatement, where our engine companies go out as part of fire prevention measures, and they drive around town just checking lots for weeds, not weeds, I should clarify, dry hazardous growth worth of weeds, right? As we come upon fire season, we want to make sure the community is safe. We want to make sure lots have weed growth that's mowed down. It's not dry, 2 foot tall grass, trash piled up around houses. So what that is related to is just breaking it down into different geographic zones in the city so that we can tell our captains, hey, this is your area that you're assigned to. You're on A shift at Station 1. You look at map A1, you're responsible for everything in there. So it's just an easy way to kind of consolidate that into the map book.
That's great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mark, I'm looking on page 12 of the large book you gave us, and I know that Liberty Court has had some resident concern about placement of hydrants. And it just looks like the blue dot that's on Independence Avenue, looks like there's a hydrant missing, and then there's a new hydrant coming onto Liberty Court, I believe. So this isn't projecting into the future, it's just what exists there now.
That's correct. And what we'll be able to do, fortunately, these will get outdated with small changes like that. This is really functions as a paper backup. We love technology, right? But in the fire department, we also love our paper backups of things, because if technology fails, we still need to know where we're going. So we keep these in the engines, but because of that tablet command, having our maps built in, if we have a change like that and we add a hydrant, I can simply send a GPS coordinate to Max. He can go on his computer, he can add it in. And because we already have a connection between the GIS files and county communications, that will just automatically upload and that hydrant will appear on those maps on our tablets, which is the primary place that we go for that type of information.
So for secondary use, when technology fails, will you have something like this in every truck?
Yes, correct. Every chief has a copy. Every fire apparatus has a copy, and the ones in your hands are extras. We also, a lot of times, will share them with adjoining jurisdictions like North County Fire. We'll give them a copy to keep in their engine that typically comes to help us. So they have a copy. We have a copy of theirs as well. And then, to answer your question about the hydrant, I talked about the big wall map. What we'll do with something like that is we'll simply get some small blue stickers. And if we add a hydrant, we'll just put a sticker on the map
Right.
so we know it's there.
But there's no easy way to edit or augment with new information all those books that the
That's
emergency response folks have.
correct. Yeah, this is fairly permanent, which is why it took 2 years, because a lot of driving around, confirming hydrant locations, addresses, and really working with some of our local developers to ensure that for areas like Marina Station, we have their entire build out in these maps. So we're not going to be behind the curve for the foreseeable future. The one area in here that will hopefully one day be out of date is Cypress Knolls, because we don't have any plans for that right now. So that'll be an area that needs to be upgraded. That'll probably be the next time we do some new paper maps.
Yeah, I thought it was great that you had all of Marina Station mapped already, because that's future.
It's
So I was wondering if maybe the hydrants had been futurized, but to the extent that you could.
right. And the, off the top of my head, I'm not sure if the hydrants are up to date in here, but I believe they are. I know for a fact they're up to date on that tablet command,
Yeah, there are some in Marina Station on that, in the big book you
Yeah.
gave us.
and they're all in there in the digital
Great.
copy.
Let's go to Councilmember McCarthy. Thank you, Bart.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess the more difficult question first. So in terms of response times, and you might not be prepared to answer this, but is there an update? I know we had received a presentation, I don't know, maybe a year or two ago that really detailed kind of some of the issues with response times. Are they getting worse? Are they staying the same, getting better?
Off the top of my head, I couldn't answer that.
Okay.
I would make the assumption that they're about the same because that's largely dictated by our station locations, which hasn't changed.
Okay. And then the second question is about fire lanes. It's kind of a nerd question, but is there a way to maybe within GIS, like spell out where fire lanes should be?
Yes.
And the reason I ask is that time of year where a lot of us are going door to door. I did so last night and there were no fewer than 7 fire hydrants blocked by vehicles and fire lanes. I mean, it's clearly a huge problem in Marina. Is that something that concerns you, or is the fire department looking at that? Or
It's a huge concern. Unfortunately, well, we don't have, the fire department doesn't have the enforcement capability to go out and ticket or have vehicle towed. So that's something that if we see them, we can make that report to our partners at the police department. They can take those enforcement actions. As far as what curbs in particular should be painted red, I would probably defer to Public Works, and work with them to determine, because I know there's a lot that goes into making that call. We can't just paint any curb we feel like red. And of course, whether the curb is red or not, you're not supposed to park within 15 feet of a fire hydrant. So,
thank
yeah.
you.
And then if you look at some of these maps, you'll see there's some red arrows on a lot of the pages. What those are indicating is driveways into apartment complexes, or a lot of the back alleyways that the garages back up to in our newer areas, like the dunes. So that kind of gives us a visual indication of where that traffic flow goes. Otherwise, they just look butted up against each other.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Brian. Councilmember Viola?
Sorry, tagging on to what Brian has just said. So it's really true that I see a lot, it's particularly in my street, there are, fire hydrants blocked regularly by people, that parking in front of it. In terms of response, is it really like, what do? You straddle the car that's blocking it and you put your hoses over at the top of the car? Or what really does happen?
We'll do what we need to do to get to that fire hydrant a lot of times.
Okay.
It's not something we want to do. We don't, want to damage a vehicle, but if it's parked there, it's particularly if it's someone's home burning down or a life on the line, yeah, we're going to do what we need to do.
everything.
We always, have good practice of when we're going to a fire, we always identify our primary hydrant that we plan to use and another hydrant as a backup in case either that one breaks when we get there, they do break. It's just not functioning the way it should. Then we have a backup plan. So we always try to have that contingency built in.
Mhm.
And our fire engines all have water on them as well. So just because we don't have a hydrant doesn't mean we can't get to work. We have 500 gallons of water and you can put out quite a bit of fire with 500 gallons of water.
Okay, thank you. I think I'm reminded by your standing here and telling all these things that I really should be reporting it because it happens quite
Call it in.
frequently.
Yeah.
So you
the
get
more you-
tired of, calling in and stuff, but yeah, thank you very much.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Thank you, Brad. Mark.
I'll collect my books if you don't, or I can get them later. You want to hang on to them? I can.
Yeah.
They're so heavy.
They're heavy and they take a lot of space.
Thank you.
Thank
for
you.
waiting.
Thank you, Mark. We're gonna table the donation for all-inclusive playground park to our first meeting in September. So we'll move to the presentation regarding the good progress on the 8th Street design, which is out on former Fort Ord, and the path of travel presentation regarding that. Thanks, Edry.
Thank you for that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. A brief history of this corridor. 8th Street is identified in the city's general plan, in the Fort Ord Base Reuse Plan, and in the Dune Specific Plan as a major arterial connecting to the extension of California Avenue, which is a major collector road. The improvements to this had been funded through a reimbursement agreement with Shea approved back in 2020, 2021 for all the improvements within the right-of-way. Since then, we've been coordinating with the various entities at TAMC, with CSUMB on the right-of-way improvements, what right-of-way easements are necessary, and then what amenities would be necessary for the corridor to best suit both pedestrians, multi-use, and then the park as well. We have since our last meeting, when we requested the CSUMB easement, we also requested some direction on how best we could incorporate trail connections. And what you see in the exhibit is in essence, a layout of how some of the trails exist and how we're proposing them to connect. The purple there are the pedestrian trails, which are 5 feet wide. These are normal sidewalks that connect all the way around the park. The green there are the 8 foot to 10 foot to 12 foot wide trails that are multi-use and connect up to Hilltop Park. So what some of the improvements and comments that were brought up to our attention was a better pedestrian connection. I'm not sure if could you zoom into the intersection, if that's possible. Awesome. Thanks, Belinda. A little bit more, that'd be nice. Pedestrian crossings on 8th Street. Any type of pedestrian crossing across an arterial road is difficult. What we try to do in order to make sure that it's highly visible and safe for pedestrians is have the warning signs ahead of it. Coordinating with the design team, they're able to incorporate flashing beacons at the crossing itself. We changed the crosswalk to a high visibility crosswalk and added yield chevrons on the roadway to alert drivers of the crossing of pedestrians at the Fort Tech Trail. Now, from the 12-foot trail on the south connecting north, there was a concern that the sidewalk was not going to be wide enough at 5 feet. We expanded that to 10 feet wide. We are also looking at, for a future project outside of what Shea is accomplishing for the roadway project, a landing zone within the park itself of concrete that would incorporate a park sign and a gathering area. Some of the pathway connections that would connect to this 10-foot path from Hilltop, we're looking also as a future project to expand the pathways to allow bicyclists to better navigate some of these tighter 90-degree turns. Again, those type of improvements specifically for Hilltop Park will be done in a future phase, not a part of the Shea project. But what we were able to accomplish was really the pedestrian and multi-use connectivity for the 12-foot pathway on the south side to better connect to Hilltop Park and allow a wider sidewalk to land at the Hilltop Park area. Those are some of the pathway elements. Open to any questions. We also have the design engineer, Andy Hunter from Whitson, who can answer questions as well.
Mayor Pro Tem Fisher?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, Edwin, for the presentation. Just one question. Has the design been reviewed and approved by MST? Or does staff look at the requirements from MST?
So this currently is not an MST route because it wasn't a road. What we have done, though, is coordinate with CSUMB, who has reached out to MST. We also received a letter from Ms. Overmeyer from the planning department, and we'll be coordinating with them on the landing areas and how best we could service this intersection connection for them.
Okay, and also the bus stop itself has been
They-
coordinated with MST, the bus stop on the south?
The bus stop design had been coordinated
Yeah.
per the MST standards.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Andrea, I want to give a shout out to our former city manager, Lane Long, and two of the Fortag architects, Fred Watson and Scott Waltz, who for years have been discussing Hilltop Park connection to the Fortag that's here. And thanks to you and other city staff, including our acting city manager, we were able to have a meeting with you to talk about the changes that Fred and Scott were suggesting. And that's turned out to be a slightly better project because of the changes you've talked about today. I wanted to ask, well, not ask, we did talk about at our meeting a few days ago, the potentiality for restrooms. And so in that welcoming area, is it true that if we wanted restrooms in the future, we can lay this concrete area out, this welcoming area, to accommodate a vault restroom?
Yes.
Okay. And same question for bike racks. Are there bike racks planned? And if not, it's not a very big deal to add them if we desire them.
Correct. It wouldn't be a big design change.
And that's because in the future, we're going to discuss having a welcoming area that's not part of tonight's plan.
Right.
Great. Okay. Thank you, Edry. Councilmember Biala?
Thank you. So Edry, on this one that's up, so the green is basically Fortag, yeah?
Well, the green is our multi-use pathways greater than 5 feet. Most of them are 8 feet. The trail on the south side is 12.
But it's doubling for
It is
Fortag.
doubling.
So the green, so there's two parallel green things going, and then one ends and continues on with the purple.
Mhm.
So is this the, so this is the crossway is really the only connection for a long time, right? Because you just have the green going into the purple, and the purple was what now? How do you?
Sidewalk,
I'm sorry?
5-foot sidewalk.
5 foot. So that's just going to be invisible to the person using it. They'll just get, kind of smaller at some point, right? But it's essentially continuous and
Contiguous
so,
all the way around.
yeah. And so does that impact like who pays for it, whether it's green or whether it's the?
Oh, no.
No,
All the
that's nothing to
improvements
do with it.
within 8th Street will be paid for through the reimbursement agreement.
Okay. Okay, great. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Edry. Great project. Okay, we're going to move to staff and council announcements. Let's go to staff first. On August 9th, this coming Sunday, we'll have our monthly volunteer community cleanup on Lapis Road and Del Monte Boulevard, from the Beach Road roundabout north to the landfill and over to the highway and back down Lapis Road. So any volunteers that want to join, pizza at 12:15. We meet at 10 a.m. and we're doing a really good job. There's some progress there with partners like the district attorney's office and Regen Monterey and the County of Monterey's Department of Environmental Health Department to work together to try to reduce the cause while we are addressing the symptoms every month since January 2017 without missing a month. But it's more than just picking up trash. It's also coordinating with cameras and enforcement and fines to try to get a better and better handle on what used to be a very messy area, including the part of within city limits and the part that's outside of our city limits. I also wanted to thank volunteers. There are about a dozen folks, including our pro tem, Elizabeth Fisher, who came out last month and cleaned up three very dirty abandoned camps to the east of the Equestrian Center, to the east of the former stockade on Fort Ord. It was a big job, and there was about 70 large bags of trash and a lot of bulky items that Public Works picked up the next day on Monday. So it was a good partnership between the city Public Works and all the volunteers. So thanks to Sustainable Marina volunteers who showed up for that, and to the city for partnering. The last thing I want to say is that the Children's Sensory Garden outside the front of the Marina Library is coming along well. There was an Eagle Scout project that put in a small food garden for children: apple trees, plum trees, guava, raspberries, blueberries, and other chives and things like that on the ground surface. And MPE, Monterey Peninsula Engineering, donated a lot of tractor time and labor to trench in some new water line for the water pump that's coming in, where the kids can pull on an old-fashioned farm pump, squirt out a little bit of water and mix it with dirt, and then go cook whatever they want to cook with those ingredients at the mud kitchen. So that Children's Sensory Garden is thanks to MPE, we're saving a lot of money, but it's going to cost about $35,000 by the time we're done with it. So it really helps to save the money that we've saved. We saved about $8,000 with the MPE help. So thanks to everyone involved with the Children's Sensory Garden. It's going to be a very popular children's family area of play and curiosity. All right, let's go to Councilmember McAdams.
Thank you, Mayor. Car Month is here. I call it Car Month because it is way beyond a week. And unfortunately, it's also the same week that falls on everyone going back to school, which makes traffic even more challenging. All the moms in the room are nodding their heads. So the first event is August 7th and the last event is August 16th, plus load in and load out. Monterey County has a great interactive map and an app that you can download. It shows all of the real-time traffic challenges as well as closures. You can go to mccarweek.com for that. And also a big thank you to the staff and the team who put on a fantastic National Night Out last night. It was super fun. It's one of my favorite events. I love to engage with the community and especially the kiddos. Chief, thank you for being here. I might put you on the spot for a second, can I? So last year during Car Week, we experienced a few of those like pop-up, unpermitted, I don't even know what you would call, not even like a car rally, just a massive amount of people with very fast cars. I think some went to the Best Buy parking lot, some went to other parking lots. How are you and the public safety team sort of being a little proactive this year so we can not have that again? Thank you.
Yeah, or hopefully we won't experience what Seaside did last year. We assisted Seaside with their event as well as the rest of the peninsula, Monterey County, as well as Highway Patrol. We have a plan in place and we've been meeting throughout the county as well as with the peninsula agencies to kind of talk about this in preparation. Each year we kind of get a little bit better as we learn a little bit more about the different people that tend to come out. So we do have a comprehensive plan in place to deal with it. We also have meetings planned tomorrow. So we do have an operations plan. We also have a local event that may occur in our city as well in terms of just a showing. But that's on everyone's radar. I appreciate you bringing it up in terms of the routing and some resources everyone can tap into. Stay tuned to our social Facebook page. We'll post things out as necessary. Our officers were also trained in noise ordinance as it relates to vehicles for mufflers, amplified mufflers, so we can cite them as well. I think Seaside has did the same thing and some other agencies are following suit. So we have a much more comprehensive complement of resources that we can put in place to kind of deal with it.
Perfect. Thank you. And I just want to clarify that the event, the car event on the promenade is a permitted event. And what we're talking about are not, I don't want to call them events because they're not permitted. They're really more of like a lot of people on social media are saying, we're going to basically go and take over. Last year, they took over In-N-Out.
Right.
And they took over 17-mile drive. So it's not an event per se. It's just an unplanned massive amount of very fast cars. So
That's correct. That is the correct distinction.
thank you.
A big one.
I appreciate that, Chief.
Sure,
Thanks
thank
so
you.
much.
Thanks.
Chief, follow up on that. Last year, about the time we had a mini car show, a really cool car show on the promenade, was right about that time. We had a lot of not so fancy cars, but cool cars too.
Mhm.
And I think that might be what Councilmember McAdams is referring to in the Best Buy parking lot, which usually doesn't have a lot of cars. So when I saw all those young people under 25, seem like, hanging out and showing off their cars and talking about their cars and lifting up the hoods and looking at each other's engines, I thought it was pretty cool and vibrant. I liked it. And if were they breaking a law? Because if they're breaking a law, that's not so good. But if they're enjoying the time in the parking lot and they're not breaking any laws, are there laws preventing what happened at the Best Buy parking lot last year? Social media saying, "Hey, come to the parking lot, show off your cars."
Right. Well, part of the problem is, well, to answer your question, it's private property, so they have to have authorization to be there if they're going to be doing something more than just visiting and talking with someone and moving on. They're designed for the patrons of the businesses, but I can't say that they're breaking the law. However, what we're talking about, what happens is when one group shows up, they get on their social media apps and it says, "Hey, meet here in Marina at this location or another location in another city." And then they start, as they are there for a minute, they start speeding out and going in circles and exhilarating their speeds and all of that. That's very disruptive. That's dangerous. And so that's where it becomes a problem. So we try to stay on top of that to keep them from congregating in areas if they don't have legitimate business there, because we know the behavior is very clear to us over the years what's going to happen if we don't stay on top of it.
Yeah, I didn't
So-
see any of that, but I saw
Right.
people with less fancy cars
Sure.
able to enjoy and showing them off to each other. And I thought it was like, well, that's really cool because
Sure.
these are not rich people showing off their cars, but they're proud of their cars and they're talking about their cars. And I liked seeing, I drove back and forth a couple of times to see all their cars.
Right.
I thought it was
Yeah.
okay. I didn't think about it being illegal. It just looked like fun and
Sure.
safe.
No, if it stays in that realm, then it is fine. If it's a permitted event, as what we were discussing at the other, then that's great. It's just that sometimes that presence draws others to that location, and then they want to one up and show up, and then it gets out of control. So
I think we all may have gotten some email, whether the permitted event or whether the promenade event was permitted and whether it was paying any money into the city for the permit. Can you speak to that?
yeah, so the last year the streets were still owned by Shea Homes, and so it was not a city event, and so it had nothing to do with us. We didn't provide personnel. So we had no really city resources applied to that. So it was strictly a private event on their private streets, on their private property.
And
This year, they are applying for the same type of an event, but we have now taken over the streets as of last month, I believe it was, just very recently. So now they're going through the permitting process, and they'll be able to, once we sign off on it, have their event.
All right, because that was a fun, great event too.
Very low key, very calm.
Yes. All right, thank you.
Mhm.
Let's go to Councilmember Biala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to
All right. Go.
I just wanted to announce that the Marina City Sister program has been active, very active over the last 4 years. And this year, we're actually going to have August 22nd to the 25th, 5 Japanese high school students from Izunokuni come with 2 chaperones, and we're going to keep them busy for basically 3 days. And we have 5 host families who live in Marina who have agreed to accept one of the students each. And we're going to be taking them all kinds of sightseeing and also cultural, educational kinds of things. But I think the highlight for them is going to be meeting at Marina High School. And for about 3 academic years now, we have hosted, along with the Marina High School, a Zoom exchange program. So 6 students from Izunokuni High Schools and 6 from Marina High School have every year gone together on a Zoom meeting, and it's been really wonderful. And the kids really do bond, even on a Zoom meeting. But those 5 children, high school students from Izunukuni have been participants of that Zoom exchange. So we're going to kind of make sure that they hook up with the high school students that they've engaged in the program. So, and we're going to have a big pizza party for them and everything. So it's going to be very fun.
That's great, Kathy. Let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Vischer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just for anybody who doesn't know yet, the car event that was discussed earlier, it's this coming Monday in Marina, the only permitted event in Marina. This coming Monday, August 10, it's at the Breast Step and the promenade. That whole area will be closed off, but you can still reach Trader Joe's. And it starts at 10 a.m. and it runs into sometime in the afternoon now. So with the risk of attracting more people, just come to the dunes on Monday morning. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Elizabeth. Okay. I wanted to give a shout out to the Friends of Marina Library and the library staff who continue to organize great movies, bands, and other kinds of programs and activities. But about a week ago, 2 Saturdays ago, they had a band outside, one of the bands that played at the July 4th party. And I can't remember their name. Shannon and the Knights. And they were playing outside the front doors of the Marina Library with plenty of seating and standing and dancing area. And it was a great event. And I hope that they're going to do that on a regular basis. But I know they do all that they can with a lot of volunteer support. It's not easy to put all that programming into place. But just a shout out to everybody that's partnering around the Marina Library to make it such a community hub for family events like that. Okay. So we're going to move on to public comment, starting with folks that are in the room. If you'd like to speak, come on up. You have up to 3 minutes to talk about the consent agenda items or anything that's not on our active agenda later tonight, whatever's might be on your mind. Hello, Rebecca.
Hi. Thank you for having us today. My name is Rachel Carvello. I work at Joby Aviation here based at the airport, and AJ, the airport manager, wasn't able to join us today, but he wanted me to let everybody know that we are hosting our 4th annual chapter event, Girls in Aviation Day, at the airport. It'll be on Saturday, September 19th from 10 to 1 p.m. It's entirely free. And while the event, part of Women in Aviation International, is geared towards girl students aged 8 to 18, the event is open for all students of all genders and ages. We'll have so many STEM activities, science experiments, like hands-on activities. They'll get to look and crawl around with airplanes, look at different tools, talk to different people in aviation and other STEM environments. And so we're really excited. It's going to be amazing. Last year we had about 800 people. 80% of them were from Monterey County, but we had 20% from outside. So we love that we're bringing people to Marina.
What the date and time?
September, Saturday, 10 a.m. to 1 p.m.
September 7th or 19th?
19th.
September 19th, Saturday, 10 a.m.
10 a.m. to 1 p.m.
I want to let the Learning for Life High School know that
Yeah.
right there.
Yeah, and if any of the student or like any student groups want to coordinate like a group reservation, just to register everybody at once, we're happy to do that.
And did you say it was mostly for youth or for all ages?
It's for all ages. It's the activities are based to the 8 to 18 range.
8 to 18.
But you know, like I didn't study microcontrollers when I was 8, so it's new to me. It's applicable to me.
That's great.
Yeah, everyone has fun. The adults have fun too.
Thank you, Rachel. And so I just hear that they're looking for volunteers, and who should they contact if they want to volunteer? Okay, so we'll try to get, Rachel, do you have a phone number that you want to announce? So volunteers, if you want to help out with this event. And it's Saturday, September 19th from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m.
My name is Rachel. Phone number area code 317-709-7603.
That's great. They can volunteer. Wonderful. Anyone that has wants to speak, come on up. Hello, Annalise.
I went to the facilities tour. So, hi, Ana Luz. I am a professor at Hartnett College. I teach business, physical science, and engineering. I'm a former civil engineer and also former software engineer. So, big on problem solving. So looking at the facilities tour, I definitely see that there is a really big risk in not having new facilities for our fire department, our police department, city hall. However, I would, being the solutions-oriented person that I am, I would propose that City Hall take over the public safety building once they have moved out into a new facility. The reason why is because looking at the facility, again, this is very rough analysis. It's from the 90s, perfectly standing, great conditions of a building to be operating as an office building, not as a public safety building because of, from what I remember, 3 main risks. One of them being the overcrowding, which is preventing people from being able to do their work properly with delicate information that's been shared. Number 2, because they're right next to the park, and you don't want to be mixing police issues with kids. And number 3, because our fire department and our awesome firefighters have to be running down the several flights of stairs to get to the vehicles, cutting into response time. So I do think it's very high risk, and which is why we do need new facilities. However, I don't think we need a new city hall. I did see the conditions of city hall. They're bad beyond the lifespan of the building. It definitely needs to be, get people out as soon as possible. But given the conditions of the public safety building, I think it's in great condition to serve as an office building for City Hall. So I would recommend that City Council look at that as an option. We have to be resourceful with our residents. People on really tight budgets. It might not seem like a big deal, but when you have a UUT and you have people living paycheck to paycheck, really tight on the rent, anything that you add on to that is a lot to them. So I want you guys to think about that. Otherwise, it makes you seem like you're out of touch with the realities of the community. So I would highly recommend that you take City Hall off the list with the condition that you're going to take over a public safety building, and that obviously these portable facilities are beyond their lifespan. So I do agree with that. It's not a good place for the rest of it. I'm running out of time. So I'll stop at that, but I want to thank our very kind tour guides. I think that led us into a lot of the realities that are in place. Thank you.
Thank you, Ana Luz. Anyone else from the facility here? Okay, let's go to, I think it's Denise Turley. Welcome, Denise.
Hi.
Hi.
Oh, okay. So a couple of things that are kind of, left on the table and haven't been discussed in a while. Number 1 is, remember when PG&E came and talked about why we had that power outage for 4 or 5 days? So question is, what's the update on that? Have they moved any farther forward on that? And it related to that item, in one day we had up to 11 power outages because they implemented a new, a tree branch might fall on our wire, we're going to shut off your power. And, and it went on and off and on and off all day long. So that could also be discussed at that meeting. If that is a real thing, if they've implemented something new, it'd be nice for the community to know so that they could give feedback. Then the other issue that we have going on relates to thank God, all the people have run out of all the fireworks. We hope. It would be nice to have, I believe there's supposed to be an update meeting coming up as to where the city wants to go in specific locations about fireworks. Of course, not safe and sane, but the actual dangerous stuff that starts fires. And third item, it looks like we'd like more update on the cause of the fire in Preston Park, and we're promised by the former city manager information for months, and it didn't happen. We've asked the fire chief, and she didn't know. That should, and what's happening in the community is all kinds of crazy scenarios. People are being blamed that weren't even there. So that would be a nice one to tie up in a neat little bow and stop speculation, because it is still a pending legal matter. You get back 10 seconds. Bye.
Thank you, Denise. Let's go to Mike Moeller. Welcome, Mike.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, and staff. I wanted to ask some questions about the ballparks at Preston Park Fields. I recall about a month ago, I'm pretty sure that the Recreation Director, Elizabeth, said that their funding was not complete for the expansion of those ball fields. But I do recall recently, Mr. Mayor, you made a comment that said, unquote, cash in hand, $10 million to complete those. So I want to clarify, is that $10 million complete cash in hand, or is it still unfunded? And what is the status of the incidental take permit for that expansion and the timeline for that? Is it going to happen soon? Is that a permanent decision to expand those those parks, or is there an alternate plan, like the Los Animas property, the old stockade, for some other plans for soccer fields or other ball fields? That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Anyone else online wish to speak?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, if you're
Hello,
available.
Doug.
Hello, Bruce. How are you doing? How members of
Good.
the council?
Welcome.
Thank you. Just wanted to share it. It seems like it's common knowledge, which is great. And I don't know if this is going to share or not, but I wanted to share a flyer of the Central Coast Poker Rally car show that's going to be at the Dunes Promenade. As Council Member Mayor Pro Tem Vischer noted, on August 10th, Monday, August 10th, from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. Was trying to bring up the flyer. Here we go. Hopefully that flyer is now showing on the screen.
It is, Doug.
All right, thank you. That yes, it's a car show. It's a kickoff to the Auto Week, which I think Councilman McAdams astutely noted. It's much longer than a week these days. Every year it grows, but it's on August 10th. It's from 10 to 3:30. It's at the Promenade. The host is the Promenade Commercial Association. The event organizer is the Central Coast Poker Rally group, and Shea Holmes is a major sponsor. It has public attendance, obviously, live music, awards ceremony, and various activities. Anticipating about 100 vehicle entries throughout the promenade, as you see there, relative on the picture location. It's also anticipated to have around 300 attendants, maybe more, this year. Live music from 11 to 2 p.m. in the Village Square. There will be some vendor booths as well, and an awards ceremony at 2 p.m. So just want to encourage everybody to come out Monday at 10 a.m. For an exciting event. As is often the case, An event like this for Auto Week starts in Marina because Marina, as we know, is the gateway to the Monterey Peninsula. So thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Doug. All right, let's go to Greg Fury. Welcome, Greg.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yes, loud and clear.
Hello, Mr. Mayor and council staff. I wanted to share some background with you, and you can draw your own conclusions or opinions. But I was particularly concerned. I listened to the presentation from Dodwall's plans for a luxury hotel, and I remember hearing a council member here recently say, "Well, you know that's like free money." And I wanted to share with you years ago, probably 25, 30 years ago, I was down in Southern California working in an area that not only do we have like 30 cities, well, 23 cities, 7 districts, but also the Mira Loma development area, which is millions of square feet. And I was in commercial fire protection planning. And I want to tell you that every developer, without almost no exception, that walked in for a meeting for building a, in some cases, 800,000 square foot building, whether it was storage, manufacturing, hotels, you name it, we had the full gamut. Every one of them could not afford to build that building if they had to follow the rules. The rules were simply what the code was. They were all looking for a shortcut. They were all looking for a deal. And they, we saw all kinds of dramatic, we used to call when they went into the cities, these developers shooting fish in a barrel, meaning the council members with a fish. You guys may be the fish. Mr. Dodwall is a very successful developer. I was there when he tried to escape from his impact fees and all of the drama that accompanied that. And all I would suggest is every one of these developers, they said, I can't afford this. I can't do this. After the meeting, they got on their plane and went back to Dallas or got in their Porsche Turbo Carrera, drove down to Orange County. Miraculously, every one of those buildings got built. Now, I'm not suggesting that one thing or another, but I am telling you, Mr. Dodwall, as you know, is a successful businessman. They all operate under the same playbook. And I like what Brian McCarthy's suggestion was, put it out for another RFP. See how many developers line up and aren't asking the city for half of the TOT, which is essentially a giveaway by the taxpayers. And you guys are proposing a UUT and a $25 million giveaway to a developer. That is a lot of chutzpah. So I would suggest to you that most developers are pretty savvy. They have pretty good legal teams. They know the game. You guys are elected officials. You don't have the expertise. Very few council members do. That's not a mark on you. It's just you're liable to be the fish in the barrel. And I have friends that are wealthy that come down from the Bay Area. They're not looking to stay in luxury hotels. The other thing you do is you hire a consultant and tell them, here's the result I want. And it's inverse logic. I saw that many, many times where they said, here's what I want. Now build an argument. So whether that's the case here or not, I don't know. Whether you guys are the fish in the barrel, I don't know. I'd be very careful. I'd look into his finances. I'd see what is affordable. I'd do a lot deeper dive than just take anybody's word for it. Good luck with it. And thank you.
Thank you, Greg. Anyone else wishing to comment online? Just raise your hand. We'll close public comment in a moment. Okay, we'll close public comment. To Denise Turley, our acting city manager, Courtney, has your email address, so she'll get back to you with any information she has about a PG&E power outage update and also a fireworks update, which the police chief might help her out with that. And if the fire chief has any information on the cause of the Preston Park recent fire, that they can provide you, and they'll decide whether they want to give those updates to a future city council meeting. And Mike Mueller, I assume that Elizabeth, our department director of cultural and recreation cultural service department, will get back to you on any information she has about the funding status, incidental take permit timeline, and the building timeline for those additional parks at Preston Park. And, the idea about the stockade, that's just something that Mayor Pro Tem Elizabeth Fisher has suggested be used for soccer fields, but it hasn't become an official agenda topic for the council yet. Did I miss any questions that someone else may have noted? All right. Okay. Thanks everyone who did comment tonight during public comment. We appreciate that. So we're going to go to our consent agenda now. And there's one item that we're going to pull that's 10F1 because we need to appoint a couple folks such as Brian and Jenny, should they wish to be a voting delegate at an upcoming conference in September. So that'll be our first action item after our consent. But for now, anyone else want to pull anything? And I think we are going to pull no, that's it. Any suggestions, brief questions anyone might have on consent items? Councilmember McCarthy?
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to pull 10G1 and 10K1.
Okay, anyone else? Councilmember McAdams?
Thank you, Mayor. Just a comment on G2, 3, 4, and 5 regarding the purchase of public safety vehicles and public works equipment. I want to thank my colleagues, city and staff, everyone involved for the collaborative and thoughtful budget process that we went through. And so for me, it's really rewarding to see the purchase agreements come before us, because here's like the tangible work. And then, also these are like a huge investment of our community that allows our team to provide and continue to provide excellent public services. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jenny. Let's go back to Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. Having heard those comments, I just want to kind of echo, because I think that it's important that the public realizes that we understand that we're approving a tremendous dollar amount worth of vehicles tonight, and that it's not something that we take lightly. Yes, it's on consent, but a lot of thought from staff, I think, went through that. And I think for me, it's something that I really thought long and hard about whether to pull or not. And that's why I am pulling the one item. But I just want to make it clear to the public that by every measure, it's a huge expenditure, and it's something that, we don't take lightly. So thank you.
All right. So those two items you pulled will go to the end of the action agenda item. Mayor Pro Tem Fisher?
I know my light is hidden. Just a quick comment in addition to what Councilmember McCarthy just said, that I asked questions about what will happen to the vehicles that are no longer, that are being replaced. So Public Works will come to us in the future with a proposal to surplus the vehicles and then auction them off. So there will be some money coming back in probably. So, but I agree, it looks, they need it. It's needed for our city. So thank you.
All right, I motion that we approve the consent agenda item, but not including 10G1 and 10K1, and then 10F1.
Second.
Okay, any comment before I vote? Let's go to a vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please say no. All right, so that motion passes. Let's go to the what was 10F1, just to get this out really quickly. Do any council members who are going to the conference, do any council members going to the September conference wish to be a voting delegate? Can you raise your hand just for the starter?
Oh, sure.
So we have 2 yeses only. All right. Would you both be willing to be the delegates then for us?
Absolutely.
Yes, absolutely.
Let's go ahead. If you have any comment, Councilmember McAdam and then McCarthy.
Sure. Thank you so much. And I'm happy for Councilmember McCarthy, if you want to be the voting delegate and I can be the alternate if needed, we can just sort of figure that out when we get there. Does that sound good? Just so
Sure,
it's more
yeah.
official. Is that what they need? Okay, perfect.
And I'll just mention that both Councilmember McAdams and I are on 3 different policy committees between the two of us: public safety, transportation, and
Community services.
community services.
Okay. I'll motion that we appoint Brian to be the delegate and Jenny to be the alternate delegate.
I'll second that.
Any comment before we go to a motion or to a vote? Let's take a vote, please. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That motion passed unanimously. So now we'll move to our public hearings. First of which is the Downtown Vitalization Specific Plan.
Right. Good evening, Mayor Delgado and members of the City Council. My name is Tim Mayer, Planning Services Manager with the city. This evening, the City Council is requested to consider and approve proposed amendments to the Downtown Revitalization Specific Plan, following direction from a recent market feasibility report and based on feedback from both the Planning Commission and members of the public. Next slide, please. As the council is certainly aware, Marina has pursued the development of a vibrant downtown since before City Corporation in 1975, and over the following decades, the city has engaged the community in many ways. Following years of public outreach, in October of 2024, the Marina City Council adopted the Downtown Revitalization Specific Plan, or DVSP, to guide the redevelopment and enhancement of downtown Marina over a 20-year horizon. The DVSP presents an aspirational vision for downtown Marina as a vibrant, pedestrian-friendly destination encompassing mixed-use buildings, retail and office space, and new housing in alignment with the city's general plan. The plan sets out a regulatory framework by identifying lists of allowable land uses and establishing objective design standards to guide physical development within several designated districts to promote compact development, foster streetscape improvements, and facilitate enhancement of public spaces. The plan therefore serves as a primary vehicle for the city to promote future investment and reposition its urban center for growth and community renewal. Next slide, please. Stated goals of the Downtown Revitalization Specific Plan include enhancement of the several elements of the area governed by the plan, including mobility, economic vitality, housing, cultural diversity, and community identity. The DVSP contains various policies, programs, and actions to attain the stated goals and over time to foster the community's build-out potential of 1.38 million square feet of commercial or retail space and up to 2,904 housing units, which brings with it significant redevelopment potential. Next slide, please. In adopting the DVSP, the city sought to develop a plan which was visionary in nature, but realistic enough to allow for practical implementation. The council directed staff to pursue studies of the plan's economic feasibility within the year following plan adoption and report back to the council the results of this research. Along those lines, in early 2025, the city retained HDL Econ Solutions, or HDL, to prepare an economic and market assessment and retail void analysis. As part of these services, HDL prepared a peer review of the Downtown Revitalization Specific Plan. The City of Marina Downtown Revitalization Specific Plan peer review report, prepared by the consultant, cites the challenges of creating a walkable, pedestrian-oriented downtown in light of existing conditions. The peer review report highlights the prevailing built environment as centered on a 4-lane roads with 5-foot wide sidewalks surrounded by a strip mall suburban urban form, dominated by chain stores, many with long-term leases that have been in place for many decades. In light of these challenges, the HDL peer review report presents recommendations to the plan's existing land use regulations and design standards. Next slide, please. On May 14th, 2026, the Planning Commission held a public meeting to consider proposed amendments to the DVSP. Following deliberation, the Planning Commission adopted a motion of approval on a 6-0 to 1-0 vote, recommending revision and clarifications to the DVSP, some of which are shown on this slide. Next slide, please. This slide shows excerpts from the DVSP land use matrix on the right-hand side of the slide, and on the left-hand side shows footnotes included as clarifying elements. A few uses within the land use matrix were modified or reorganized to eliminate internal discrepancies, while others were allowed to encourage foot traffic to enliven the downtown area. Several footnotes were added for clarification. In response to Planning Commission recommendations, several additional revisions were included pursuant to comments made at the May 14th public hearing. Next slide, please. In pursuing amendments to the DVSP, staff considered approaches for practical implementation and at the council's request, explored the option for creation of a business improvement district, or BID. In a BID, merchants voluntarily pay an assessment fee, which can be utilized for a number of tasks such as marketing, improvements, and maintenance. Often fees are used for additional street sweeping, graffiti removal, provision of extra security, and similar. Marketing tasks could include organization of events, holiday lighting, and advertisement. The city would be expected to collect the fee. A BID would be created by local legislation after receiving a threshold of votes and would be operated by a board of directors. Staff has engaged consultant New City America regarding the creation of a BID for downtown Marina or parts thereof. The consultant has provided a proposal and has recommended pursuing, instead of a BID, a similar a route called a Community Benefits District, which provides for greater flexibility and practical implementation, and received information regarding time and costs associated with the exploration for creation of the CBD, along with the cost and time commitment for establishment of such a district. And those are shown on this slide near the bottom. Should the council desire to pursue creation of a BID or a CBD, staff requests that the council provide direction for such an action. Next slide, please. Based on information as previously presented, staff recommend that the city council acknowledge the environmental determination and approve the resolution as shown on this slide. I wanted to also mention that there was a desk item prepared and presented that shows an illustration of future roundabout and median improvements that would help to potentially catalyze future development in the DBSP. So that's been provided for your reference. And so again, the recommendation is prepared and presented on this slide. And next slide, please. Staff are available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tim, to you and your team for the work you put into this, all the public meetings, et cetera. All right, let's go to the public. We'll open a public hearing, starting with those folks that are in the room. Anyone that would like to speak, come on up.
Hello, good evening. My name is Daniel Alvarez. I'm a field rep with the North Coast Carpenters Union. This project, this redevelopment plan looks great, but I think, and I think this project will look Marina even better. But as we talk about the future of this development, let's talk about the members and the construction workers that are actually going to build this project. At the end of the day, we need to think about the families that are also living here and working here locally. This project has the opportunity to do more than improve the city. It can provide good paying jobs, healthcare for their families, and good apprenticeship programs. So it will create an opportunity for the future generations. I hope the city and the developer will make sure this project creates good opportunities for the people who build these new projects. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Alvarez. Anyone else wishing to speak? Let's go online. Anyone online, please raise your hand. You have up to 3 minutes. All right, we'll close public comment. My first question to Tim and team is regarding what Mr. Alvarez just said. A lot of this that we're talking about tonight will be public works projects. And so, of course, they'll be paying prevailing wage. Can you speak to the topics of apprenticeship and health benefits for the workers in the construction?
Sure. I actually might defer to my colleagues in Public Works for information on that. As a planner, I'm primarily, versed in private property matters. So, but to kind of piggyback from Mr. Alvarez's comments, so this there is potential for significant redevelopment in the city's downtown as part of this DBSP, and also in light of new state law that allows for significant redevelopment potential that didn't exist even a couple of years ago when the DBSP was first kind of conceptualized. So there's quite a bit of potential for future development in downtown. But specific to the Public Works question, I'll defer to Scott Nishma.
All right, thank you.
Well, right now, we're not talking about specific projects, so it's hard to answer that question.
Just in general, all the public works that are going to go
All,
on.
all the public works projects, state law requires prevailing wage for them. There are specific wages required for different positions, whether you're a general laborer, backhoe operator, grader, concrete worker, whatever the case may be. Those have to be followed. Yeah, so that's, there are not, to my knowledge, benefit requirements like we required for the CMAR process. So that I think is up to the discretion of the contractors.
Okay, Ishmael, the CMAR process seems to be working pretty well for the Aquatic Center. Is that still on track to be working well?
It is still on track. It's going very well. We got a very good contractor, so we're happy about that. And it's worked out so well. I've thought we should probably do something like that for some of our larger projects.
Yeah, so that's where I'm going with this. We could do it for the Del Monte Medium project. We could do it for any major public works project in this downtown vitalization specific plan implementation, it seems. Or if not a CMAR, because it's not that big enough, then we could still figure out how to score good healthcare prevailing, and not just prevailing wages, but apprenticeships and that kind of thing. Using the CMAR process as a example of it going well, could we either, let it have a baby and do it in a smaller way as smaller projects, but can we do something like what we did with the aquatic center downtown?
If council desires like basic limits for healthcare benefits, and we want to make that a requirement for contractors, we could.
And it wasn't necessarily a requirement, but it was, you score higher if you do.
Yes, correct. Yeah, we could do that.
Okay, well, so in a future city council meeting, we can discuss that.
Yeah.
But I think that the hope is that if you can get a great project and do better for the workers, why not? And
Sure.
if it's working out at the aquatic center, which is a bigger project, maybe it could work elsewhere.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, let's go to Councilmember Viala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I have a few things. So first, I think, Tim, you were saying that the downtown vitalization specific plan is consistent with the general plan, but I just wanted to remind you, we're sort of in the midst of a major overhaul. So, but I'm just trying to look at the cross roads between the two. So the biggest change for the downtown specific plan is really that we are requiring buildings to be fronting the curb and then the parking in the back. And of course, every major, strip mall in reservation doesn't have that. We are walking past huge parking lots. So how would that be addressed in the general plan?
Thank you for that question, Councilmember Biala. So as you mentioned, the general plan and the DVSP are required to be consistent with one another by law, state law. And so essentially the idea with the DVSP is to provide kind of parameters for development, for the future development of the city's downtown. And so essentially the way the DVSP is structured is it contains a list of allowable uses. So there's permitted and conditionally permitted and prohibited uses. And it also sets out development standards specific to the downtown area. And there's 4 different districts. So depending on the individual district, whether it's transition, there were 4, there's going to be 3 with the revisions that are proposed. So transition, core, and multifamily. And so those individual kind of land use designations have different allowable uses and such. The idea is that it's really setting out a vision for downtown Marina to grow and mature. And obviously right now we have a lot of redevelopment potential. So I think hopefully I'm answering the question you're asking, but there's consistency with both the existing general plan and also the general plan 2045. So
we're kind of heading out before the general plan is finished. So if we do something in the downtown specific plan, it should be repeated in the general plan.
Yeah. Well, maybe you could open.
Just to clarify, so the 2045 general plan actually for Marina Station, for downtown, it basically just says, see those specific plans.
Oh,
so that's the consistency. Remy and Associates didn't want to duplicate all the great work that had gone on in Marina Station, downtown, and the dunes. It just carves it out and says, see the specific plans. And there are general parameters in terms of build up the downtown and support walkability, but it basically is a carve out within the 2045 general plans.
Great.
But to answer your question, when the DVSP got adopted, it is consistent with the current general plan as well. So just, yeah.
So it's general.
And as Tim alluded to, we're required by state law to do that.
Yes. Okay, and then my next question is a very important statement on page 10 of the HDL. It says essentially the transformation of Reservation Road to an urban downtown street blah, blah, blah is basically not likely. I mean, that's the reality of what we're talking about. So I just want to make that really clear. But it does say that the specific plan does not include any financing options to create wider sidewalks, narrowing traffic lanes, creation of a wide landscape median with pedestrian respite areas, or bulb outs at major intersections on reservation roads. But actually, we have been considering these things, all of these things, I think, in the recent council meetings. So, you know, this statement here is probably not updated because I think we are looking at roundabouts on reservation. I think we are looking at narrowing. I think hopefully we'll look at the sidewalks too. So this statement is out of date, I think.
That's correct, because the HDL report was done before we had was it March community meeting? And then some subsequent council actions about the roundabout at Del Monte and Reservation.
Yes, because I think those things that we are trying to bring forth to the public are really critical for the vitalization, because all but one parcel on Reservation Road is already accounted for. There's only one empty lot, and that happens not to be owned by the city. So asking these developers, you know, to make major changes on their private property where their businesses are bringing in adequate funding for themselves is a huge task. So we had some public outreach with the public in these charrettes and stuff, but I don't want to be the party pooper, but we could want everything in the world. I mean, we had such wonderful comments from the public, but this is all private ownership. So I can't stress again, please do not be, feeling that you have been solicited feedback and yet we're not acting on it. Our hands are tied. I think there are ways that we can create the motivation to change so that we comply to it, but I think we ought to be really clear to the public about what those are. And we just heard about the community benefits district or the business
Business Improvement District.
Improvement District. I think that's a good thing. What we're doing for the streetscapes on reservation can help. But ultimately, I think when it talks about financial, options, I think we need to think about, do we buy the land? Do we create incentives for the businesses to do something more for their properties? I mean, these are real life considerations that we can't just be floating out, in seventh heaven thinking that all this wonderful stuff is going to come to fruition. We have to be actively trying to figure out how to make it happen. Otherwise, it'll be 50 years before anybody says, hey, I'm going to invest another $3 million to make this comply with the vision that Marina would like on Reservation Road. But we can do things like these districts, special districts, and I think I'd like to hear a little bit more about that in my next round of questions. But I think we need to do the changes on Reservation Road. All of that is going to help. But to think that we have the power to change most of this, I think they've clearly said at HDL that our vision is highly unlikely unless we do some very specific things which are long-term and expensive. So I'll ask my questions in the next round. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Kathy. Let's go to Councilmember McCarthy. Thank you, Mayor. I guess my first question is HDL Econo Solutions here today, or?
We don't have a representative here today. They were representatives were present at the March 24th public outreach meeting.
Okay. I don't suspect you know the answer to this, but I'll ask it on the record anyway. We've several times talked about this data that they have, and they presented to us once about our market analysis and our demographics, and clearly flawed. I think we even agreed with that it was flawed. So it said, for example, like, I'm making this up, but like, we don't have any veterans in Marina, right? Something that was demonstrably incorrect. Do we know if they've made any efforts to correct that data? Again, don't anticipate that you'd know the answer, but I'll ask it on the record anyway.
Which specific, so there are two HDL products. There was a market analysis of the entire city, and then 2 or 3 specific properties. And then they did this peer review of the downtown. So which one are you referring to, council member?
Yeah, it was a market analysis, demographic data for the entire city.
That one got published about a year ago. I'm not aware of this veteran comment. We can certainly take a look at that.
And that's just
But
one of many examples. So like another one was there's nobody in the city that makes over $300,000 or something, right? But it's stuff that was clearly incorrect. And I think even HDL said, yes, that doesn't sound right.
I can certainly take a look at that report and get back to you, but we don't have that in follow-up as of today.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I just think it's really important, right? We're building an argument based off of somewhat flawed data. Like I just want to make sure that we're trying to hold HDL accountable for having the best quality data that we can possibly have to make the best decisions that we can. I had sent some questions. I think this item was continued from another meeting. Is that correct?
This item got continued from the July 7th meeting.
I had sent some questions at that time about incentives, and I'm glad my colleague, Councilmember Biala, brought that up because I agree. I think incentives and spending money on this project is going to be what it takes to see something come to realization. We've talked about a $50 million, $25 million incentive for a hotel project in the new part of Marina. If we were to bring that to the old part of Marina, do you think that might change the statement that HCL says this may never come to fruition? I mean,
I think the peer review report, it was not an incredibly extensive document. Essentially what HDL as consultant did was reviewed kind of the aspirational nature of the DVSP and try to find ways to make it more practically implementable. And so I think it seemed like their conclusions were totally reasonable. And I think primarily the idea was that they wanted to find a pathway or recommend a pathway for us to provide, revisions as kind of requested by the council to make the DVSP something that could actually happen in real life. And so, essentially the DVSP amendments were reflective of those recommendations. And so primarily they offered options for, things like originally in the DVSP, there was this idea of, accommodating mixed use development, which is great. We can definitely do that. But I think as heard by the community in the March outreach meeting, and is kind of reflected in the kind of market reality as HDL reviewed that something, the concept of vertical mixed use probably wasn't as realistically attainable as like horizontal mixed use, which would still, and so I think to answer the question, yeah, certainly a catalyst project would I think be really instrumental in transforming the downtown. So I think, with kind of small changes, we can see perhaps a large result. So obviously the city is investing in the public right-of-way improvements, and we're starting to see kind of interest in developing, parcels here on Del Monte Boulevard. We have like the Dutch Brothers project, for example. And so, catalyst projects certainly would I think go a long way in spurring probably future redevelopment ideas from other property owners out, maybe in the proximity to.
I think I'm running out of time. So we'll come back.
Councilmember McAdams?
Thank you, Mayor. I think I'm going to piggyback on your thought there. So, and something to like a word that you said, and thank you, Councilmember Biala, but when I hear the word aspirational, like that's just really what this is. And sometimes, unfortunately, these reports are like just the most expensive reports on the bookshelves. So when we sort of like talk about revenue sharing, could a revenue sharing policy be incorporated as the broader downtown revitalization plan?
Do you want to elaborate, Remember, in terms of what you're thinking?
So what Councilmember McCarthy's saying, right? Like we have all these beautiful new businesses over on the promenade, right? Mm-hmm. And hotels and all of this. And unfortunately, Del Monte and Reservation are kind of like the redheaded stepchildren of the new Marina, or however you want to look at it. So as we're talking about incentives for developers, and we just did the Mercedes thing, we're maybe talking about a hotel. Other people are calling and wanting in on this. So number one, should we have a policy? And included in that policy, is it common to see in cities when I was sort of researching this, that in those areas of the cities where you want that development or that flagship, whatever it is, that's where you focus your revenue sharing agreements, or that's where you perhaps have a tiered type of revenue sharing, within the criteria. It's not this like case by case basis, but we would have that policy defined that would sort of enhance this downtown.
Yeah, and you're hitting on a lot of really great policy. I mean, that development and redevelopment went away in 2012. But certainly if the council wants to adopt some type of incentive package, whatever it would entail, that's certainly within the right. Brent.
The mic is cutting off. I'm sorry.
Certainly the council has that right to adopt a incentive package based on different jurisdictions or different properties and to answer these. If you give me $25 million, yes, we will help improve your down. If you give me personally $25 million, then we give it to the department. Yeah, you'll see an improvement in the downtown.
Great, thank you. And so that maybe sounds like a future item, or I'm hoping our city attorney is sort of catching it on this messaging. But I would love, especially we're having just this like random open dialogue that nobody really knows about future revenue sharing. And so for me as a policymaker, it would really help me to have a policy to follow, which we don't have right now. And so I kind of think that this really would complement this work as well, right? So the council and future councils will be guided through that sort of revenue sharing policy and where we want to see that investment in our community. Because it can't all go over there. We need to bring some over here too. Thanks.
Mayor Pro Tem Vischer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, I would like to explain for those who don't know what CMAR is, what we discussed earlier for this item. It's the construction manager at risk. It's a project delivery method where a construction manager acts as a consultant to the owner during the design phase and then converts into a general contractor bound by a guaranteed maximum price to complete the build. And this is what the city is doing for the MARC, which is the Marina Aquatics and Recreation Complex or Center. Anyway, just to explain for those who don't know, and I'm glad to hear that it's working out so well. So, and for the rest, so the suggestion or the recommendation is to get a business improvement district, and then the merchants will pay an assessment fee.
Just to clarify, after the July 7th meeting, Councilmember McCarthy sent us some questions, and that was one of them.
Mm-hmm.
So that's not part of today's action.
Okay.
The ask is if the full council wants to give us that direction to potentially do that, we would have to come back on a separate day and agendize that and get that contract approved. So that's just the background.
Okay, because I like the idea, but I would like to know how much it will be for the businesses. Because on one side we say we want to offer them incentives, and then we say, oh, we want to charge them to do marketing for them. So
I think it was voluntary, they mentioned.
Yeah, but even if it's voluntary, you want to know what can they expect? It won't be free, so how much would it be? And so for a future meeting, that will be brought back.
Well, the council has to give that full direction. If it's $45,000 to do an initial feasibility study to do that, and it's a total $147,000 to actually do the feasibility study and then establish the BID. So that would be the ask if the council wants us to bring that
or
back.
we could use the money just to offer incentives.
We would need direction from the council, separate from the incentive discussion that Councilmember McAdams brought up.
Okay, thank you. And for the rest, just for the report, yes, we all know, we just need to go, we know our downtown. It will be so hard to get this all done, to make it into this vibrant, walkable place that we all would like to see, because we know what's there. We know it will take a long, long time to change that. But I do like what was in the report already to say, what can be done is the infrastructure, intentional increments be accomplished within the short-term time frame rather than the midterm. So this is what we're trying to do with the roundabouts and a road diet. And
That's correct.
and the road diet is mainly to make wider sidewalks. You know, you only have so much space. So
Right.
if you want it for the pedestrians, you'll have to give it up somewhere else.
Right.
So thank you. Yeah.
All right. My comments start with our former community development director, Fred Agater, who was with us during the downtown revitalization plan process. And he had gone through similar processes in other states and cities, California and Utah included. And he said, if you come up with a downtown revitalization plan, it can be 30 years before you start to see the major changes happening. But if you don't have a plan, it'll take longer than 30 years. And I appreciate the idea of these incentive discussions because that can obviously shorten the time frame. But we're not talking a few dollars. You know, we might be talking millions of dollars if for example, if a shopping center was going to spend $20 million or more to move buildings around to comply with our downtown, and then they wanted us to share with them the sales taxes that's generated from that shopping center for the first 5-10 years or whatever. That's a big incentive. It's not just it's a big incentive. And I like Councilmember McAdams' idea of coming up with a policy. Other agencies call them guiding principles, where you take a controversial topic and you come up with a policy about what criteria go into considering it on a case-by-case basis, the kind of amounts we're talking about, and what criteria you would use to say yes or no to a particular opportunity to provide investments. I think the incentive experience that we have had on former Fort Ord have worked out well, great in some cases, and in some cases we probably would not do that again, and we might hold those examples up as ways that were not in the community interest, and we wouldn't want to repeat that. And our white paper on this policy could go into the past where we used incentives, and did it seem that it worked out well, and you know, good, bad, and ugly. But I really like that idea because I think it's rather bold to go into that morass of going to the incentives, and you can get burned as a community and you can greatly benefit. And to the extent that the incentives worked out on former Fort Ord, those that did, it provided a lot of cash for Central Marina, which doesn't have developers lining up to change Central Marina. So those developers that see the profit in redeveloping former Fort Ord through their impact fees and through their sales and hotel taxes, that's how we were able to build Gloria Jean Tate Park and Wendy Hill Park and do some of our streets. I mean, it is contributing heavily to the improvements we see around town in Central Marina. Without that, Central Marina would not be progressing or catching up as well as it is. And the last thing I'll say is that the Del Monte Boulevard median, which looks very tired and old, is the first step in implementation of the downtown vitalization process. When that turns into a well-lit, beautifully landscaped, something that you can feel good about when you see it, it will incentivize businesses to start investing. And when we do the remodel of Del Monte Boulevard, I've had one restaurant say, he's just waiting to seeing is believing. And when the proof is in the pudding and those projects are happening, he said, even the Del Monte median has him believing that Del Monte is going to become a safe, walkable, bikeable place where there's going to be a lot more traffic that will help his business and be worth his while to put $7,500,000 into a seating area that's expanding out in the direction of Del Monte. So I'm looking forward to Del Monte median remodel beautification being the first step in a long time that we've been wanting to have a downtown vitalization going on. Okay, let's go to Councilmember Biala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I agree with everything that's been said after Councilmember McAdams' comment. And yes, I think we need a policy, but but we talked about short term. We can talk about all of the 4 strip malls, but I think, a policy that applies to them, it's important to have a plan, as we said, but why can't we sort of target? Because as I said, there's only one underdeveloped place, and that's right next to the MST site, right? And that's not owned by us. Of all the downtown, right? That's the only one on our downtown. But look at right next to Starbucks on Reservation Road. That, I would say, is underutilized. So yes, again, we don't own it, but if we were to say one parcel that we're going to focus on and see what we can do, rather than saying blanket wise, we're going to have this kind of policy, if that would be, as you call, the catalyst project, which I think it makes great sense. Let's see what we can do. Let's see what kind of incentive, let's see what kind of, considerations we can give for that. And it doesn't have to necessarily be money. I can see we don't have an economic development commission yet, but is there ways that we can outreach to get developers to look at that parcel as opposed to just randomly say, come to Marina, we're a great city. Can we not use some of our resources to get that catalyst project? So yes, so I'm suggesting that all of our, suggestions, that we focus our energies on one possibly feasible project. If we look at the whole downtown, it really needs so much attention. It's unwieldy. It's unimaginable to me how we're even going to get one of these strip mall people to move. So if we could do that, then we could experiment and say,
Absolutely.
this is
We
our
can
effort.
certainly
Great.
take a look at, what are the 2 or 3 catalyst projects within the downtown, and what would it take to get a developer to come to the table kind of conversation,
that would be
right?
great. And whether, it could be any of these things, whether we buy it, whether we, give incentives or revenue sharing or whatever. Let's experiment with something that seems like it could become that for us.
Right.
And then I know we've been talking about horizontal mixed use and a vertical. It took me a long time to figure out what we were addressing there, but I'm not opposed to horizontal, mixed use, but I just want to know that we are not throwing out the vertical, because even though people have been saying, oh, the vertical mixed use doesn't work, the Dunes is doing very well with it. I think they have maybe 2 left. So for maybe Marina's always doing something different than other places, but it is working on the Dunes. So I don't want to,
Yeah, we're not throwing the baby out with the bathwater. We are not doing
Yes.
that.
Okay, so
we're allowing vertical and horizontal.
okay, so
mixed
it's
use.
absolutely in there as both. Okay, wonderful. Okay, because I still don't conceptualize, like we can talk about all of this, theoretically, but I'm trying to think of, okay, so even a horizontal mixed use, I'm not sure if I took any of the 4, strip malls and said, how does that help them? Like, what can I imagine that they would build, even if we allowed horizontal mixed use? But we don't have to get into that. But I'm just saying that as long as 2 of the issues are always going to be available, I'm happy with that. Let's see.
So just so I can make sure I'm remembering. So I'm hearing pretty loud and clear from the council, and correct me if I'm wrong. We understand it's an aspirational document. We understand it might take 20, 30 years, but staff, please come back, maybe not immediately, but what could we do to accelerate or catalyze the downtown? Is that a fair, either a BID or a district, or having a developer roundtable to talk to the, say, Shea Homes or Third Millennial Partner and say, if we were to give you these 3 parcels, theoretically, or we were to connect you to these properties, what level of density, what kind of parking, what kind of incentive would it take to get you to actually come to the table to develop those parts? Is that a fair?
Yes,
Okay.
totally. And it doesn't have to be the ones that we have now.
Right.
I mean, we could use our city resource to do outreach and business, I don't know, what do you call it? Engine kind of stimulation from outside, but certainly working with our current ones, although they're pretty maxed out too right now.
Well, I would say Third Millennial Partners, Dustin, the main developer, he's been very gracious to share some pro formas with me in terms of, this is your downtown, this is the density you're showing, Guido. these are some gaps that he's already, so,
Great.
you know, I could potentially reach out to him and others to
Great.
say,
Great.
is this something that,
Great.
Yeah,
And if we could identify 3 parcels in downtown that are underutilized in terms of how we think about it, because we
Right.
don't own any of it, and then start that. Because if we do nothing, this thing will be 50 years from now, we'll be in the same place. I guarantee it. But we need to start that catalyst going.
yeah, if that's, yeah, we can certainly.
Yes. Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kathy. Let's go to Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm hearing a lot of agreement on the dais, which I'm really thrilled about. I want to kind of add some color to what Councilmember Biala said about the vertical versus horizontal. I mean, semantics, you know, I think semantically in the document, it really seems to focus on horizontal mixed use. And I kind of think it should be opposite. I think it should be, no, we want vertical, but we will consider horizontal versus we want horizontal, we will consider vertical. So that's one issue that I would love to see change if the council approves of that. You know, these things take so long. I'm honestly not convinced that 30 years the mayor talked about, when this does start getting built out, I think vertical will probably be favored again, right? Just like it was 20 years ago. I mean, these things come and go in cycles.
Right.
So I want to be a little agnostic to what we're favoring if we can, and the document doesn't really appear to do that from my read.
So Councilmember, if the council wants, we can add a line to the table in the plan that just says, you know, to make it clear, we support vertical or horizontal. That's completely, yeah, we can make that more clear.
And I think where I just disagree with my colleague a little bit is in terms of the, you know, picking the 3 parcels, like I want to be very careful not to kind of pick favorites. I think we should design a policy that offers anybody the opportunity to improve in the downtown if they have a parcel, right? And so when it comes time, I want to give direction that staff return with a downtown focus incentive strategy, not vague encouragement, real tools like fee deferrals, reductions, targeted tax sharing where legally appropriate. And I think I sent these to you in email, but facade and tenant improvements, grants, infrastructure priority, lot consolidation support, right? Like all these kind of, like this toolbox of tools that we say to the downtown owner, like, hey, these are things that we are going to provide for you if you want to accomplish X, Y, and
Sure.
Z. And it's a lot of work, I think, for staff to kind of grapple with what that toolbox will contain. But I want to be careful not to kind of say, oh, you know, property owner A, you got picked, you know. If
Well,
you,
no,
you know,
Councilmember, it was more, you know, to try to take something theoretical and make it concrete. Like and not that we would, you know, pick a parcel. It would be like if there's a parcel in the core. So right now the core density is 50 to 70 units an acre, right?
No.
So we would go to our development partners and say, is that enough to get you to invest in these downtown? And maybe they say, no, I need 90 to 120 units an acre, and I need to reduce some parking and potentially a reduction in impact fees. Like that would be it wouldn't be to, like you're saying, favor. It would just be to have that dialogue and then to bring that back to the commission and council and say, is the commission and council willing to up the density or do this, that, and the other? So that would be that would be the goal. So.
And the last takeaway from me is just, I love the idea of the BID, but I don't want it to be the only tool in the toolbox, right? Like maybe that's one of many that we can consider, but I think that the revenue sharing and all of those things need to be in that toolbox as well. And, you know, we kind of really need to go all in. If we're going to be serious about this happening, we need to build a really good toolbox. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. My thought on the business improvement district, I agree with Mayor Pro Tem that because it's, well, she didn't say this, because it's voluntary, great.
So real quick, so based on our initial conversation with the consultant, if the BID is formed, everybody in the downtown pays some, it's not a voluntary thing. So
the word voluntary relative
just wanted to
BID.
correct. Yeah. So even we're in the downtown, it's based on value and size of the parcel.
So it's
valuation.
not voluntary.
Not voluntary.
That changes it a lot.
Yeah. So I just wanted to clarify. So
What I did highlight from hearing Mayor Pro Tem was that there's a price of about $200K if we went the business district route. And she kind of mentioned that, well, maybe that's incentive money. Maybe that 200 grand.
And once again, it's $45,000 to do the feasibility study, the full wraparound from beginning to end is 147.
Right.
That's the quote we got.
So
So,
add those up. Oh,
so it's total 147
total
total.
150 grand approximately.
Yeah. So
So the thought is, if we have 150 grand, let's talk about how to spend it. You know, if we want a BID that's not voluntary, of course we wouldn't do that if we're getting panned from the business owners with that concept brought to them in advance. But if we got 150 grand that we're thinking of spending, it's not a lot of money, but it's, you know, it's significant. We could spend that money in some other way to incentivize. It could be facade. You know, we give you a 25% discount. You do 75 of your cost for your facade improvements, or adding landscaping, or adding a sidewalk where it's missing on Carmel Avenue or something like that. So it'd be nice to have that discussion of relatively small $200,000 incentive projects. We talked about, or Kathy mentioned, Walgreens to Starbucks, that slice of Reservation Road that's highly underdeveloped and has a lot of potential for a lot of different things. And so I think that with Brian McCarthy, Councilmember McCarthy's, you know, is pointing out that leave it open to everybody. You know, what would you do with your property if we were able to apply some incentive tool, some money from the city's coffers, or from tax revenue, or tax revenue coffers to get you to go. I think that idea is really good as far as a downtown focused incentive package. So do we need to speak to some of these issues in the motion we make tonight? So you know it was a full council.
So, I mean, I guess we would ask for clear direction. Does the council want us to, at least as a first step, engage with the consultant for the feasibility study of the business improvement district? So that would be part of the motion. And then the second part of the motion would be directing staff to come up with a incentive package that could incentivize or accelerate the implementation of the downtown. I think if that's a good summary of what the council is talking about.
Okay. And the last thing I'll say is I agree with whoever has already spoken to it, that it'd be great to have a sentence in the documents we have before us to say that vertical mixed use is encouraged.
Yeah, we can start.
And horizontal is okay too.
That's an easy.
I'll just note that next to the post office, we had vertical, and it took a while to fill the business half downstairs. Didn't take any time at all to fill the residential above. But now we have a really good physical therapy. We have a really good lab for medical, you know, blood tests, things like that. And I think it worked out. We have mixed use downtown that's vertically, diverse. So that's great. Okay, let's go to our city attorney.
Yes, I just wanted to clarify a couple of things about the business improvement district. So yes, there is a voluntary component. In other words, the businesses would have to kind of sort of works the other way, where if there's a majority protest, then it doesn't get formed. So it's essentially a vote situation. But once it's formed, then yes, it would be mandatory. So.
And that would be, so when we spoke with the consultant, to Renee's point, there would be a significant amount of outreach explaining this is what the BID could do, and pick up more trash and have entertain, whatever it might be. And then I believe it was 51% when we spoke with the consultant, if 51% of the folks in the downtown agreed to it, then it would become an official district. Yeah, so that's my understanding. So,
thank you. Let's go back to Councilmember Biala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, in terms of what you're saying of attempting to do incentives, but also can we word it in such a way so there's an application of other city resources? So I don't just mean money, but it could be something else, you know, that we would contribute something or other, or, you know,
you can make the incentive package whatever you want it to be.
Okay.
We could, I mean, the cities have slashed impact fees. They've waived permit application fees.
Yes. So there's,
there's a whole,
okay. So
there's
encompasses that. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And it would be would it be inappropriate to say that not only are we going to outreach to property owners and developers, but also to identify underdeveloped parcels in the downtown?
Absolutely.
Can we do that? Add that?
Absolutely.
Okay, great.
Okay, would someone like to make a motion? So I'll motion that we include in our motion for staff to look into a downtown focus incentive package that has tools that we could add to, that we could use for incentives to expedite improvements. And number two, that staff come back to tell us what steps would be needed for the business improvement district, or what else we might do in staff's opinion to use the same amount of money to do some other kind of incentive. And that otherwise, and that we change the sentence so that it's clear, we encourage vertical mixed use, and also we find where appropriate horizontal mixed use to be satisfactory as well. Aside from that, we go with the staff recommendation, that language that we adopt the resolution before us approving the amendments to the downtown specific plan in response to the recommendations from the Planning Commission and the recommendations of a market feasibility analysis prepared by HDL Econ Solutions, and determine that these improvements to the downtown are subject to exemptions from environmental review in these appropriate sections listed in the staff report.
Mr. Mayor, I have one comment.
Let's get a second or
A second.
okay, second by and go ahead, Kathy.
Okay, so we know the BID, but also there was mention of community benefits district. Is that less expensive? Is it less wieldy for us to do? So I don't know the difference.
I just need clear direction. Does the council want me to engage with the consultant for the $45,000 feasibility study of the business improvement district?
Okay, but does that include community benefits
Yes,
districts?
that'll be part
Oh,
of it.
that's part of it.
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
Before I clarify that motion, I just want to get a hand consensus. I can go either way, leave it in, leave it out. Do you want the consultant to be paid approximately 50 grand to go down that direction?
A broader box of all of things, not just this.
Okay, so you're thinking of a downtown focus incentive toolbox that we come up with before we go down specifically to a business improvement district and spend 50 grand on that. Okay, Jenny, anyone else?
I agree with that.
Jenny? Okay, doesn't matter what I think. So, yeah, so for now,
I
we're going
understand.
to table the business improvement
fine.
district
That's fine.
direction. But thank you, Brian, for thinking about that.
But can we include sort of the broad brush of that's a possibility and how much it would cost?
That's
We're not
can-
saying to go ahead and do it. We're just
Right.
needing the
Understood.
parameters.
Understood.
So
Thank you.
I understand that and several other things will be part of a downtown focus incentive toolbox.
That's totally fine. We understand the
Okay,
direction.
great.
All right. Any other thoughts before we go to a vote? Okay. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please say no. That motion passes unanimously with the 5 of us here. We'll move on to our second hearing regarding the Recreation and Cultural Services Park naming process.
No, we have 3 more housing element action items.
Oh.
Actually, 4. The next one is,
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I was looking at the hearings and I was looking at the action items.
the mayor wants to go home early today.
Religious.
So,
I never want to go home. Because I know that Shep likes to stay late, so I do too. Look, we're going to go to the religious and institutional housing overlay.
So, a little bit of context. As the council knows, we got our 5th cycle housing element certified. Rincon helped with that. 6th cycle, they also help with that. And then we got $86,000 from AMBAG to do some further housing element implementation work. They've helped us with 3 or 4 of those. Tonight is program 1.4, and Kamiko from Rincon will be giving that presentation, and I'm here to provide context as well. I'll pass it off to Kamiko.
Yes,
Good evening. Oh, can you hear me okay? Good evening.
Yes.
Okay, let me
Yes.
just take a minute here to share my screen. Okay, good evening. Can you all see my screen?
Yeah, Kimiko, let me make a short announcement. So if you could just pause for a moment. Thank you for your patience. I wanted everyone to know that it's my understanding we're not going to do the new traffic roundabouts tonight. So anyone who's waiting only for that item coming up about the Del Monte Boulevard roundabouts as part of Marina Station north of Beach Road, that's going to be pulled until the 1st of September. Yeah. So the next time we meet at the start of September, we'll go over that. So just want to let people know. All right, Kimiko, thank you for being patient with me.
No problem at all. Good evening, Mayor Delgado and council members. As you know, my name is Kimiko Lizardi, and I am a principal planner with Rincon Consultants. I'm going to be walking you through the religious and institutional housing overlay, which has been prepared as part of the city's broader housing element efforts. I'll start with a brief overview of the broader project, and then I'm going to spend a little bit more time focusing on the overlay itself. So what it does, how it works, and how it relates to SB4 and CEQA. And there's a little bit of a lag on my end, I think, on advancing the slides, so I apologize for that. So a really quick overview. The work on this project was funded through the REAP 2.0 grant program, and it's focused on implementation of housing element programs. The first is program 1.4, which is centered on facilitating affordable housing on faith-based and institutional properties through a zoning overlay. The second program is program 2.3, which was presented to the Planning Commission, I believe, back in January, and it involved developing an economical housing toolkit. And these two programs are an important part of the city's eligibility for the state's pro-housing designation, which really gives the city an edge when applying for larger state grants for housing-focused community benefit projects, infrastructure projects, and public transit improvements. So that's a general overview of the broader project. And now we're going to get into some details of the overlay itself.
Kimiko, would it help if we just forward the slides for you here? Would that help you out?
That might help. I don't know. Yeah, do
Okay.
you have it up on your end, Guido?
Yeah,
Yeah, it's a bit of a delay on my
Yeah,
end.
if you want to stop sharing, Kimiko, and then.
Okay, give me a second.
Okay, so we'll bring it up. So.
Okay. You want to let me know when we're.
If you go to slide, there you go. That's it. All right, thank you.
Yep, that's it. Yeah, so at the state level, recent legislation, primarily Senate Bill 4 and Assembly Bill 1851, have created new opportunities for housing development on properties owned by religious and educational institutions. So SB 4 allows the development of affordable housing on qualifying properties owned by these institutions by right or ministerially. The projects do need to meet somewhat stringent requirements of the law in order to do so. And then AB 1851, and there is some nuance here, but it essentially prevents jurisdictions from blocking housing projects on these sites based on the parking requirements that the city may have in place for religious institutions. So in developing the overlay, we looked at best practices from other jurisdictions and paired that with outreach to local institutions and affordable housing developers in the Marina area. Please advance. So in terms of outreach, what we did, we conducted mailers and email notifications to religious institutions across the city. We had conversations with affordable housing developers, and we also spoke directly with representatives from the Chua Udam Temple. Next slide, please. And what we heard from the development community, there were a few themes that came through pretty clearly. There was interest in identifying sites at higher allowable densities, but also in maintaining flexibility so that projects can scale down if needed for financial feasibility. There was also interest in exploring programmatic CEQA solutions or approaches that would pre-clear properties under CEQA. And not surprisingly, funding constraints came up as a consistent theme for these types of projects. From the religious institutions here in Marina, there was less interest in large-scale development partnerships, but there was interest in smaller scale housing, particularly for staff or members of the congregations. And that feedback really helped shape how this overlay was structured. Next slide, please. So at a high level, the RIHO is an overlay zone that applies to a specific list of properties, and those are shown here on the map. These include religious institutions, educational institutions, and other quasi-public or community serving sites. There's 21 sites on here. It does not change the underlying zoning. Instead, it creates an additional optional pathway for development. The idea here is to add flexibility without disrupting the existing zoning framework. I will note that SB4 streamlines housing in local jurisdictions without a dedicated overlay to implement it. But what this allows the city to do is to create a pathway for additional residential development above and beyond what is allowed by state law. This approach ensures that the city is consistent with the commitments that are in the housing element and to maintain the pro-housing status, which gives you stronger future access to grant funding. Next slide, please. So the overlay provides two primary development pathways. The first is for fully deed-restricted affordable housing projects. These can be developed on any site in the overlay. SB4 includes some flexibility in how those units are distributed across income levels. So for example, a small percentage of employee or manager units along with moderate and low income units. But if a project meets all of the requirements under SB4, it can be processed ministerially. If it doesn't meet those requirements, it can still move forward under the overlay, but it would go through discretionary review and it would include a project level CEQA analysis. The second pathway is really geared towards those smaller scale projects we were talking about just a minute ago on R1 sites. These projects are subject to the city's inclusionary requirements and would require discretionary approval. Next slide, please. So for the fully deed restricted projects, this summarizes the development standards. Densities are increased beyond what's allowed under base zoning. Projects that qualify for ministerial approval under SB4 can develop up to 20 units per acre in the residential zones and 40 units per acre in the commercial zones. With the discretionary approval process, those densities go up to 25 and 50 units per acre, respectively. Setbacks stay consistent with the underlying zoning, and building height can increase by one additional story or 11 feet higher than the maximum of the underlying zoning. Parking requirements are reduced to 1 space per unit, and if the site is within a half-mile of a major transit stop, no parking is required, which is consistent with state law. And as with other residential projects, the city's objective design standards would apply. Next slide, please. Go back one. Oh, there we go. So the development standards on the R1 sites, these properties, the property owners can choose to pursue a larger scale SB4 style project consistent with SB4, or comply with these separate development standards for those smaller scale projects, more in line with existing neighborhood conditions. In these cases, density is capped at 18 units per acre, and the height is limited to 30 feet, which is consistent with the R1 zone. There are also unit size limits as listed here to help ensure that housing units are more affordable by design. Parking is still 1 space per unit, and objective standards apply here as well. Lastly, these projects must comply with the citywide inclusionary housing ordinance. And the reason for these more stringent, lower density development standards is to make sure that we are not incentivizing these projects too much, on sites where a more deeply affordable project could be developed. So overall, this pathway is really intended to make smaller projects feasible on sites where a larger project may be economically infeasible. Next slide, please. So in terms of how this relates to SB4, the overlay is designed to work alongside state law. Projects that qualify under SB4 are processed ministerially and are exempt from CEQA. And for those projects that go over and beyond what is allowed by SB4, the overlay creates that local pathway that allows them to move forward through discretionary review and with the required environmental analysis. And again, why did we take this approach? It allows the city to satisfy the requirements of the pro-housing designation in the short term, while intentionally creating a pathway to do more to streamline housing development over time. What this overlay can do for the city is really allow city staff to see how these standards perform in practice, and then refine it based on actual projects and not just assumptions as those things start to develop over time. So it gives you time to implement some of the more aggressive standards you might consider in the future with a ministerial approval process. But that would require you more community input and a more intensive CEQA analysis. And lastly, timing is an important factor here. As the city completes the general plan, additional zoning code updates will be needed for consistency with that new plan. And so the city may want to consider a more comprehensive approach, including looking again at the SB4 compliance and the overlay, and potentially apply more aggressive standards at that time in alignment with the broader zoning code update. Next slide, please. For CEQA, from a CEQA perspective, the key point is that the overlay itself does not approve any specific development. Projects that are not already allowed ministerially under state law would still require project level CEQA review. Adoption of the overlay ordinance itself is not considered a project under CEQA and is consistent with a common sense exemption. Next slide, please. So in March of this year, the Planning Commission voted to recommend adoption of the RIHO with several changes, and those are listed here, and include adjusting some of the language in the purpose and intent for added clarity, clarifying in the ordinance text when a development project qualifies for a ministerial review process. We've also added a column to table 1 of the ordinance to more easily see what the underlying zoning of the property is. Reducing the maximum unit sizes allowed to provide for more affordable, or for units that are more affordable by design in projects that are 100% deed restricted. Reducing the maximum density allowed on properties with an underlying residential zone from 40 to 25 dwelling units per acre. And also adding language directing the city to provide for a public meeting to the extent allowed by state law. So these adjustments have all been made and are reflected in the ordinance text that is before you this evening. And I think that's all I have on the presentation. I'm here to happy to answer any questions and to support the council's discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Kimiko. Let's go to public comment. We'll open the public hearing. Anyone in person wish to step forward, please do so. You have up to 3 minutes. Not seeing anyone rise. Let's go online. Anyone online with input, please raise your hand. We'll call on you. All right, Denise Turley, welcome back.
Hi, thank you. So I'll do a little bit more research now, but the general question for me that came up is, so the categories are only religious and educational only. Is that correct? And so how would that affect you as a city who was given property that meets maybe one or both of those, or maybe nothing at all? And how does it affect the obvious institutional educational system in this area? CSUMB, does it include them? Because technically they're not in the city limits. My two questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Denise. Anyone else before we close public comment? Okay, we'll close public comment. And Denise asks, is it just religious and education? And Denise, it includes public or quasi-public institutions. And I'm wondering if staff can speak any further to that as appropriate.
So we have our definitions in the ordinance. So the religious institutions, and then also the definition for a quasi community institution, lodges, clubs, fraternal or benevolent organizations, community centers, and recreation centers. So that's the definition.
All right. How about City Hall or fire properties?
I don't think we were really looking at those as
parks, city parks.
Well, that wasn't really within the scope of this.
Okay.
Yeah,
Just trying to answer.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
All right. And then how does this affect Marina's portion of CSUMB and potentially CSUMB outside of Marina, if at all?
I don't really think it's gonna. I mean, so there was another state law that got adopted that took effect January 1st that allows the CSUMB, and I have the Google GIS map up on the city website. Anything within a half mile of the campus, they're able to do way higher density than what we're proposing. So they would probably default to that state bill. And I off the top of my head, I think it's like AB 2287. So I don't think that this would come into play for them. There's another bill that allows far greater density than this would even remotely get close to. So, and I can get you guys that bill number. I had Rincon create the GIS map that shows all the properties within a half mile of the CSUMB campus. So we have that GIS layer up. So I don't have it readily available. So
thank you. Let's go to Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. Great work, staff, on the report. I really appreciate what the city of Marina is doing in terms of affordable housing. And I think back to our arena number approval where I forget, double
685. That's our number.
Percentage of what was required. Was it double or? So our arena allocation was X, but we actually approved.
Yeah. So what this and previous councils did when I started is we were in jeopardy of the 5th cycle numbers being transferred to 6th cycle, but working with the council, commission, and Rincon, the council adopted an affordable housing overlay that we worked with the state on. And because we adopted that in a timely fashion, the 5th cycle numbers did not transfer to 6th cycle. So that's why our number is significantly lower than other cities around us. So,
thank you. I think what I'm talking to specifically, though, is that we planned for many more units than we were required to. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Yeah. And at the time, I talked about how proud I was that we did that. But now, as I look back on it, I'm still very proud. But I realize that there's implications, right? We've kind of set this standard going forward into the 7th cycle. That and there's these provisions called no net loss. I think we're going to talk about tonight that I don't fully understand, but I think there's going to be unintended consequences of over planning and for what we're required to. And it speaks to this item because, as is mentioned, we've done more than what state law requires, and I think that's good. But how much more, right? And so I asked a couple of questions, and Guido was kind enough to print those and put them on the dais. Just one example of those questions were, what would happen if we removed the language of quasi-public institutions? And the answer was the minimum pro housing baseline designation score is 35. Under this plan, it's 56. If we remove quasi public institutions, it would reduce it by 2 to 54. So not that much. Why is that important? Because I don't know that one, that we've clearly defined what quasi-public institutions are. Two, I don't know if we fully understand the implications of that. I know the American Legion, for example, was referenced as a potential for a quasi-public institution. As I think most of us know, we're really struggling with what the VTC has done in the city. We've heard a lot of comments from the public about the implications of those affordable units having a plethora of sex offenders and convicted murderers, and no real checks and balances as to what that really looks like. And so it kind of just raises some red flags for me. For that reason alone, at this point, I would be in favor of removing the public and quasi-public institutions piece, just because it's not clear enough to me what the implications are. I do have a couple other questions. To be clear, if a religious institution builds affordable housing, all fair housing laws still apply, right? Like they can't, for example, say, oh, you have to be Christian to live here, right? Like,
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
Well, it's confusing because right out this window is a student housing project. Student housing isn't a protected class, but yet they happen to all be students there. And so is that, an unintended fair housing violation? Like who enforces that? Is it the city that manages the low income housing program? Is it?
Fair Employment and Housing Agency, the state agency, enforces those.
Okay. Does the city play a role at all? So if somebody says, hey, I'm of a different faith and I haven't been accepted into this housing unit and I feel like I've been discriminated in, or does it go straight to a different agency?
I mean, I think we can take the information and provide a referral, but that would be it.
Okay. I'll move on to the affordable by design piece. I'm struggling with that just a little bit. It seems to me a better approach would be to regulate the minimum unit size versus the maximum. I mean, if a builder says that, hey, I'm going to build mansions that are affordable, like let's let them do it, right? Like I'm trying to understand what the thought process was there by the commission.
Yeah, let me back up to, if we show HCD that we're meeting our number and we're knocking out all these programs and we're implementing them for a 7 cycle, it's a heck of a lot easier to get certified. So just wanted to kind of point that out. In terms of affordable by design, so the Planning Commission actually spent a good hour on that. Bryce and Kamiko from Rincon had higher unit sizes, and the commission felt real strongly that we should lower the maximum size so that if somebody actually implements this, that the unit sizes are affordable. And they're affordable if they're smaller. So that was the thought process from the commission. So,
but the price would be dictated by the affordable housing program, right? Not the unit size, or am I misunderstanding?
no, it would just be, if we put a cap that you're using this program and you have X square footage, then whatever the market would bear, but it would be at a lower rate because it's a smaller unit. So that was the thought process.
Okay, so the price of the unit's not dictated by the affordable housing program, but the qualifications to apply for it is. Maybe that's where my misunderstanding is. So you have to be a certain percentage below AMI, or.
Yeah, I mean, 20% of the units have to be inclusionary for one part of the program. But the overall, like I said, the overall concept was if you have a limit on the maximum size, then potentially they're more achievable for Marina residents and others, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
And then I think my final comment for now is just regarding the potential of 50 units per acre. And I guess would ask the council to think about, right, wherever this list of churches is in the city, imagine a 50 unit per acre site there. Is there any place where we would want that? I don't know what the answer is, but I'm just trying to imagine what that is. And I understand at that point, it looks like it might be discretionary, but that doesn't mean that we can necessarily reject it unless we have a legitimate reason, right? So I'm just wondering if we want to go that high. I'm inclined to say no, because 50 units an acre is a lot. That's like a 3-story, pretty dense apartment complex with no green space and no, in my mind anyway. So So I'll just put that out there for now. And just, I'm curious what the rest of my colleagues would think on that. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Guido.
Yeah, and just to clarify, and Kamiko can correct me if I'm wrong, but section 51060 talks about the maximum densities or the underlying zoning. So Kamiko, did you want to clarify what
Yeah.
that because some of the churches are actually in the R1 zone, so maybe I can get some clarification.
Yeah, that's just, I don't know if this helps at all, but like I said before, there's 21 sites. 8 of those are within the downtown specific plan area. So if you think about the existing underlying zoning, for those, and I'm generalizing here because I'm not going through each and every site, but some of those are already multifamily residential. One's within 2 are within the transition zone, one's in the core zone. So you've got 8 that are already in areas that allow their underlying zoning significant densities. There are 3 that are within other specific plans. So the station specific plan area, and the SPUB, and then there are the 9 R1 sites and then the 1 C1 site. So I don't know if that helps provide some context for where it's
I think the
applied.
clarifying question is if a church is in the R1, just so that I understand, what would be the max density? I guess that's the question. Is it the 25 dwelling units identified to 50, or is it whatever the base zone is for the 18 that you're showing in the next section of the ordinance?
On
It's in
page
an
10,
R-
it says 18 duplexes, dwelling units per acre.
Right, and I guess that's what I was wanting to get said. Projects on sites with the underlying zoning is R1. If that's the case, then the max density would be 18 dwelling units an acre. That's how the ordinance reads.
Correct.
Okay.
So Councilmember McCarthy, what do you think about 18 dwelling units per acre on R1 sites, single family housing sites?
I think my question would be where would the 50 be potentially? I know that doesn't answer your question, but where would the 50 be potentially allowed?
I think that would be in the C1, if I'm reading this correctly, and in the downtown multifamily residential zone, which is already zoned for higher density. So,
And the Dunes specific plan?
I don't think we have. Let me just read the list of sites. I'm not seeing off the top of my head. No, I don't think that's no.
Because there's religious institutions out there, so I guess I'm confused.
Yeah, 50 is for properties with a non-residential underlying zoning district.
Okay. So that would be the DVSP, the multifamily residential, the C1. And actually, council member, you're right. You're showing the 2 within the dunes, the University Village, the Young Knock Presbyterian Church, and the Central Coast Baptist. That's showing. So you're right, council member.
Those would be up to 50.
That's correct. So thank you for clarifying.
That's it for me for now. Thank you, Mayor. Sorry.
All right, Councilmember Biala?
I'm listening too intently and I forgot what I was going to ask now. Some of it has been answered.
We can go to Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, let's do that.
Mayor Pro Tem Fisher?
That'll be short. So thank you. Yeah, because more an remark, I guess, because I also noticed that the planning commission, they want to reduce the size to make it more affordable, makes sense. But then they also want to reduce the density, which makes it more expensive then, or can make it.
I think they were trying kind of the similar theme of, we support the policy, but maybe not. I think we were proposing higher than the 50, right? So just trying to bring it down just to support the neighborhoods, but also supporting the policy.
Yeah. Okay. And I also noticed that in the presentation, it did mention that religious institutions are interested in smaller scale projects for institution staff and members of the congregation. So I had that same question. Will it be limited to, do you need to be a member of that church
I don't believe so, and I mean,
So-
we would have to work with our city attorney for that clarification, but I'm pretty sure you can't just exclude it.
In the presentation tonight.
So,
So those were my remarks and questions. Thank you. Didn't give you enough time. No.
Oh, yeah, no, I do. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. When we think about affordable housing, we usually think somebody has to subsidize it. So even in regular development, right, there's 20%, but there's 80% market rate. So, and that's the
Mhm.
way they're able to afford that. So in this overlay, how does that work? So, churches would have kind of a tax advantage anyway. Is that how, because these are not market rate homes, these are all affordable?
that's correct.
So is that how this logic goes? So they're already in a special tax bracket, so to speak. And so for them to have all affordable units on their property at this point, that's how we can kind of see how this pencils out for them.
Yeah, so, I mean, I'm not an affordable housing developer, so I don't want to misspeak, but I mean, the general idea is that these are usually large properties that are not being fully utilized. So usually they'll go to mid-pen housing or Eden housing, and there'll be some land lease agreement that the church or the congregation gets some money for selling off or leasing the land. And in theory, it's then given to the mid-pen housing, and then they develop the property. Right, with whatever source of funds.
So it's not
And
necessarily profit driven like regular private developers, because they would need to get subsidized in order for them
More
to
than
get
likely.
profit.
I mean, a lot of
That's
these,
why this is actually a good thing. If we are, if the assumption is we want more affordable housing, then this is the way to do it, because there's not a profit incentive built into this, because they own the land, because they have tax exempt status or whatever, and they're making there's no need for them to come out with a lot of profit for these overlays.
in theory, I mean, I guess that would be a good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I just want to understand it.
Yeah.
Yeah. And, I think I'm okay with the smaller, units, smaller number of units on smaller properties. But, and residential could be large. It doesn't really, that's not the thing. So I don't know how to articulate that because this is doing it by zoning, right?
Yeah.
B and
Yeah. Yeah.
whatever. But, and so they have different, DUs on them. But I kind of conceptually think that, a 50 density dwelling unit could house more, but regardless of whether it's commercial or residential or whatever else designation.
Right.
Is there a way to be able to craft that in some way? The overall parcel is big enough to put a 50 DU structure on it versus, it could be the same zoning area, but it's half the size, and therefore they shouldn't be trying to squeeze in 50 units.
Yeah, I mean, so if it's like if it's a 1 acre parcel and they split off half of it for this, that would be 25 units, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Which was, I think Kimiko said when they helped with the research, talking to the local congregation, that seemed to be kind of more in line with what they were wanting, not the large scale projects.
But they would, but however we have this in here, would they be prohibited from putting more dwelling units on that property? That's what I'm getting at. I like the 25 for a smaller parcel.
Right.
But if it happens to be in the same, zoning as someone who has 4 times that, I'm not saying they're going to put 50 on there because it's allowed.
Yeah. I mean, it would be based on the parcel, right? So.
Well, if you say 50 units per acre, right?
Right.
So if you're in a particular zone and I guess it would, well, they could still, if it was 50 units per acre and you had 4 acres, you can do 50 units. And if you had 1 acre, you can still do 50 units.
That'll be 200, right?
Oh,
Yeah.
true.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could.
Yeah.
But
I think that's why Councilmember McCarthy's comment was prescient, because I think the concern about the higher density is going to be really already in the downtown, mostly for the ones that we've identified, except for maybe the one on the C1. And I think that's Councilmember McCarthy's concern about the American Legion site, that's C1. So that could be some pretty significant density. So it's really up to the council today if you want to take out the institutional type uses to alleviate that concern. That's really the council's decision. So,
Okay,
yeah.
thank you.
When does the 6th housing element cycle end?
2031.
And how are we doing meeting our affordable component of it?
I mean, we're building 622 affordable units in the next 8 to 10 years. And yeah, so
But that's 8 to 10 years. So that takes us beyond the 6th cycle.
yeah, I mean, I don't have the exact number. Actually, it's on the ACD website, but
So let's just talk ballpark numbers. Without this, if we didn't see this tonight and didn't do this tonight, would we meet our 6th cycle requirements on affordable units? You mentioned 685.
For our moderate or above moderate, yes. I'd have to double check the numbers on the lower, but in general, we're tracking on meeting our numbers.
Okay.
So.
So maybe without this, we would still meet our 6th cycle affordable requirements.
Yes, but this is a program within your housing element, so we kind of have to adopt it. If the council wants to tweak and modify it, great, that's your right. But the program, we still have to have some fidelity to this and adopt, because it's in our, and you know, the ACD does check if we do adopt these programs.
Okay.
So,
Okay. So
and there is a 4-year cycle checkup that ACD does. So in 2027,
Okay.
I will be getting a letter from ACD saying, hey, how are you doing on meeting all your numbers, and how are you doing meeting all your programs?
Thank you, Guido. So
so
I'm in favor of program 1.4 being part of our housing element. Do we have a lot of discretion in the details of our 1.4 housing element ordinance?
we do, but the only caveat is the stuff we've added to go above state law helps us get more pro-housing numbers.
You mean for the
Which-
7th cycle?
No, for our pro-housing designation, the more we go above state law, the more pro-housing numbers we get. The more pro-housing numbers we get, the more PIP and other state grants we're eligible for, including transportation grants.
Okay.
So just there's a lot of state money potentially involved with keeping the pro-housing designation and having as high a pro-housing score as we can. So that's why, yeah. So
All right. So I asked those preliminary questions because I think in residential districts, most neighbors would be in the NIMBY category. Most neighbors would not want 25 unit per acre developments at the churches and other qualifying property owner locations. And so I want to consider this carefully. If we don't need to do it, I don't want to radically change the character of neighborhoods all across the city, residential neighborhoods, if the people already living there don't want it. So I know that there's a little bit of conflict between the state pushing us and us having to agree to expediting higher density projects, where we lose a lot of our discretionary approvals. In this case, there's some discretionary control that we can maintain depending on the details that we pass.
true, but Kamiko did point out that barring nothing, 20 to 40 units an acre is allowed by right in some of these zones.
I mean, if we don't do this, barring nothing.
Yeah.
And I'm not talking about that. I'm
Yeah,
not
yeah.
talking about not doing 1.4. I think I said that earlier. I'm in favor of doing 1.4 to the extent that we have discretion. I think we need to be careful
Okay.
because people move to that part of town that they like. If they like the excitement, the density, more nightlife, more potential, they go to the promenade, they go to downtown Central Marina. If they want the quiet, they go to a cul-de-sac. Me, I like a little bit more excitement where I live. So I live on a very busy street. But I know that if I live next to a church, I don't live next to a church, but if I did, I do live next to a school. If somehow that school put up a 50-unit apartment complex, I'm sure that's going to change the character of the
Of course.
neighborhood.
Of course.
And so I don't want to, go lightly to approve an overlay where, 10, 15 neighborhoods would potentially in the next 10, 15 years have a pretty big change in their vibe. So I just want to say that I've taken enough time, but I just want to be very careful and stay within our discretionary ability to limit the change that could come about by increasing, dense projects if we don't need to. But if we need to stay legal, I think that's good. Okay, let's go to Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to start by maybe talking, and I don't want to get too sideways, but the nuances of this like nonprofit housing situation, just in response to Councilmember Biala's comment. I think that MidPen, right, VTC, all these organizations, yes, are nonprofits, but they have massive budgets and they're dramatically driven by fiscal needs, right? And so I'll use the VTC as an example. My understanding is the reason they have dozens of sex offenders there is because they pay the most money, right? The reason they have convicted murderers there is that the state gives them more money to house those populations than maybe an average low income population. And so there's a lot of nuances in this that I think are very confusing that probably maybe not tonight, but really deserve a lot of discussion. One question I have for staff is, within this policy, fortunately, I think that the churches are going to be a little bit reluctant to house sex offenders. And I believe that as a landlord, you can make a rent decision based off of that factor. But as a policymaker, can we say that these organizations cannot rent to sex offenders?
I would have to defer to the city attorney because I don't normally get involved with dictating who can and can't live in units. That seems to be a little bit running afoul of fair housing law, but I'd have to defer to the city attorney on.
Yeah, I don't know off the top of my head, but can certainly get back to you with an answer.
Has Rincon ever heard of that question by chance? Okay. Again, unfortunately in Marina, it's a real problem that we're dealing with. There's an extreme overconcentration in one of our affordable housing and transitory housing projects. And so, it's one of the things that I have to be mindful of. I think, I've already kind of said my piece about wanting to reduce a little bit of the density. I'm all for this. I think this is a great plan. I think that it's the right thing to do. And quite frankly, I think a lot of the religious institutions could potentially do a fantastic job partnering with some of these organizations, but I'm nervous.
Of course.
And it's because of some of the problems that we've had in Marina. And so for that reason, I'm going to favor, one, removing the quasi-public institution language, only reduces our score by 2. And then maybe reducing the density a little bit. One more question for staff. If we only went with what's required by SB 4, does that mean that our pro-housing designation score would be what?
Kamiko, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think your email back to me said it dropped by 2 points. Is that correct?
Yeah, from 56 to 54.
So across the board, if we approve this with absolutely no additional thing, so no additional density, not the additional language of the quasi-public institution, no additional height, no additional anything, then it only drops by 2?
Or do you want to clarify? Do we want to come back and verify that, Kamiko, or is it true? It's only 2.
I think that specific program is worth 2 points.
Okay.
The quasi-public program, is that?
No, the over and beyond SB4.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which is twofold. It's expanding the application of the overlay to the quasi-public and to allow for potential increased density through that discretionary pathway. Those are sort of 2 areas of the ordinance that go over and beyond SB4.
Okay. So, yeah, I think for me, 2 points is not worth all of this extra hassle. I'm all for the the pro housing designation and making sure that we're doing the right thing and providing a lot of affordable housing, but I'm not sure that I support all the provisions in the staff report. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Mayor Pro Tem Vischer?
I would like to know if a future council would decide that they do want to include it. Suppose we do not include it tonight.
Right.
What would the procedure be for that? Or the timeline?
Just like any other ordinance, it would go to planning commission and council.
We could start with not allowing it, but in the future, if for what
Or
reason.
like the STR ordinance, you guys added a provision that said after 3 years, we would come back so that our council could keep it and we could come back in 2 years, see how it's going. So it's really up to the council.
Because I do like your proposal. So thank you. It's not now or never. Yeah.
Right,
Thank
right.
you.
Unless it's a ballot measure or a charter something, you know, all these ordinances can always come back, right? So
How could this help or hurt Monterey Peninsula Unified School District properties such as the Del Mar Development Center there on the corner of Marina Drive and Lake Drive?
which is that a school? I'm not
It's
sure.
a school. It used to be a preschool.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, so there was another bill that got adopted 2 years ago that allowed by right school district housing.
Even higher. than what I'm talking
Even
about.
higher than this. And it basically said, city, okay, great, we'll let you know, but we're going to drive on and do our projects. So that's this whole separate, school districts are allowed to do that as of about 2 years ago.
All right.
Yeah. So
As a planner, Guido, what do you think the appetite is in commercial zones in Marina for allowing higher density than SB4 allows?
kind of going back to our earlier conversation and talking to Dustin from Third Millennial Partner, the vertical, even HDL said that might not be a possibility. The horizontal might be more viable. If you're really trying to incentivize the downtown, and in relation to this as well, you probably should up the densities in the core, because that will potentially get people to come to the table to flip the property and to incentivize. So kind of mixing the two conversations, but
Right.
yeah, I mean, because there's got to be a certain level of density. So when they do their pro formas, they can say, oh yeah, actually, this is a reasonable profit for us to make, right?
Okay. I'm glad you provided that information.
Yeah.
My question was, as a planner, what do you think the appetite is in Marina of current residents, business owners? You know, would they appreciate higher density projects, or would they not want them?
But once again, it's a chicken and egg thing. In downtown San Jose, it was
I'm
dead.
talking in Marina.
No, but I'm just giving you an example. It was dead when I moved there in 2000. San Jose did huge density, and they have a business improvement district. Residents moved in, which incentivized getting the commercial, which then steamrolled having more residential, right? So it kind of snowballs. So to answer your question, it's a little bit of both, right? If we incentivize the downtown and we get more density, then people will want to invest more commercial, and then it kind of accelerates what we talked about earlier.
Okay.
Right. So that's a long-winded answer.
All right. So are we able to cherry pick in saying stay with SB4, don't go beyond it, except in downtown area where we want to incentivize downtown vitalization?
That's certainly within your right as the council.
Okay. Because I think that would be, if we had a room full of residents from all over the city, apartment dwellers, downtown, single family home dwellers,
Right.
I think they would agree with that.
Right.
So kind of like what Councilmember McCarthy was saying is, don't go beyond SB4, except where we want to. And one place that I would suggest would be in the downtown vitalization area. Maybe there's other places too. I haven't thought this all the way through, but that would be my recommendation.
So if that's the recommendation from the council, then it would be if you go to section 020 of the ordinance, The DVSP areas with the MFR, those would be the properties. And the R1s would stay with the 18 dwelling units per acre. And I guess the other ones would drop off in terms of if they're not in the DVSP, the ones within the dunes. And I guess the council would have to decide if they want to keep that C1 parcel that's in the, oh, I guess you're saying it's in the downtown. So I guess it would be just the ones in the DVSP.
Yeah, I don't see I can't imagine a lot of consternation from existing businesses and residents if those DSVP marked locations.
MFR, yeah.
MFR,
Yeah.
multifamily residential went beyond SB4.
Okay.
And if that helps us score better, et cetera, it helps us vitalize and implement our downtown plans better, faster, that's great.
Okay.
Okay, so that would be
So
my
if
recommendation.
that is the will of the full council, I guess the ask would be, because it's a substantial change from kind of what we're presenting to you guys today, that you give staff the discretion to kind of re-edit it and bring it back for a formal adoption with hopefully not a lot of discussion. So if that's appropriate.
Consensus by council. Brian, you're not looking happy.
No, I'm saying yeah, because that's a substantial change from what you guys are looking at today. So if that's the direction of the council, we would go back with working with the city attorney, implement that direction, and then come back for first reading. Similar to.
Would that be a public hearing, et cetera?
Yes, it would. Yes, it
Just
would.
like tonight.
So
I guess I just do have a comment to that, is that, I mentioned right yesterday, I'm knocking on doors just in this area, which is all Carmel Avenue, right? The Marina Gates, right? Where it's so dense. And one of the things that I heard from people is like, it's crazy. There's already no parking. And I forget, this does require on-site parking or no?
if it's within a half mile of the MST site.
So I guess, for me, that's I could easily go with it. I wouldn't be real happy about it if that's a consensus of the council. But, as I talked to people just last night, that's our densest area of Marina, and we're talking about making it more dense. And I'm hearing that people have problems there already.
No, I would point out that when the council adopted the DVSP, we did a parking study that showed if we were to do more shared parking within the downtown, there's actually way more parking than we're required. So just want to point that out. And I can provide that Kimley Horn study.
So, Brian, were you within the downtown revitalization specific plan area?
Well, I'm looking where these churches are in particular. So I was at Charles Apartments, Seacrest. I think that's all downtown vitalization. Let me look at a map. Yes.
I don't know them off the top of my head. So
yeah, it totally is. It's in that MFR.
Yeah.
All in that MFR. So Carmel, where Carmel and
I know AccuFresh and Charles Apartments. I didn't know that was a part of our downtown DVSP.
It is in one of the zones.
So we're talking Seacrest Carmel intersection.
Okay.
Is that in our DVSP?
Seacrest.
Yes.
Yeah.
Brian, do you have a map that confirms that?
I do.
Yeah, we can.
The downtown's pretty right. Like, I don't know if you can see the.
We have on the GIS map on the planning website, we have but I'd have to get access to it. If you go to the planning services.
So I think Brian is right. Lower Carmel Avenue is pretty congested, not a lot of parking. And there's a couple of churches there. And if that lower end of Carmel Avenue is within the downtown specific plan, having worse parking is not going to be appreciated by the multifamily residential folks there, right? So, okay, so let's hear from Councilmember Biala.
Is it?
No, I just turned it over to Councilmember Biala.
Oh, no, but go ahead. You have some information.
The council wanted the downtown map. It's off of the planning website. We have a GIS map, but
yeah, if you can bring it up, that'd be great. We can look at some of these.
So Mayor, I think maybe what you might have been thinking about is in the red, the core, and there's one church there, which is Compass.
Compass is in the core on Crescent Avenue.
That's what our planning packet says, yes.
It doesn't feel like core, does it? Close enough, right behind Chevron.
But maybe that would be a candidate, right? And gain us a point or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wonder if we can cherry pick to that extent.
Just to say the core.
I don't think we could. I think
No,
it's
we
got
would
to
say
be.
just the core,
Yeah.
which is just that one church.
Yeah, I don't think, oh, there's only one core. I see what you're saying.
Yeah. And it's clearly identified, right? The core. So that. So we're.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
I was trying to get you guys a GIS map, so
So we may be whittling this down
that's fine.
to just the core VSP. So one parcel.
But just to the core.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, if we just did to one parcel, says HCD care, do we get a better?
Well, I mean, you know, if,
We implement the minimum plus one.
yeah.
No, I think it's better to say the core. Getting too specific sounds fishy.
So
And they're
the
gonna
core
go
is just
fishing.
one. You said we.
I know, but you can just say the core.
Yeah.
Anywhere in the core.
Anyway, in the core.
Yeah. Okay. Well, my comment was, if we wanted to see the results of our experiment here, and we say that we would come back to the council in 4 years, and that would coincide with the next cycle.
Oh, that's a great idea.
So
Yeah.
we would have data that could help us, and then if
Good.
it didn't really help us or we want to change it, it would be a good time.
Right, exactly. And so the council adopted the affordable housing overlay, and there were 35 parcels in there, and I think we've gotten 2 people. Right. So there was this big concern when I brought it 4.5 years ago. And to your point, maybe we just write it out, see how it goes. And
Right.
right. So that's another option for the council.
And the other safeguard, if you want to call it that, is that when we approve these developments we really don't even want, but we're forced to, the 9 apartment on Del Monte, the 56 apartment on by the post office, they never got built. And so it's not easy to increase to have these dense developments. Okay, so I think where we're going now, thanks in part to, or largely due to Brian, that because of the parking congestion already today, that we're just going to go SB1 minimum plus the DBSP core, which happens to be one lot.
I'm sorry. So SB for the minimum requirement plus
DBSP
in the core district. Okay.
Is that where we're headed?
Yes, in the 4 years.
Okay.
And we'll reevaluate in 4. Okay. So we'll have to, like I said, rewrite the ordinance and we'll bring it back for our first reading. So.
And my last question, how do you think the planning commission would think about this after they had gone through it, probably in more depth than we have?
I don't know. I have very opinionated planning commissioners, so I'm sure they'll reach out to you and tell you. So,
okay.
I mean, it's, so.
All right. Councilmember McCarthy, do you have any more input?
I guess just as not as part of what you bring back to, well, as a question, I'd like to see if we could ask about can we add language about sex offenders in there? Is that within the city's right? Can we just ask that question? The answer will be yes or no, but.
I'm like 90% certain I'm not allowed to put that in a city ordinance, but I will defer to the city attorney and we'll get you an answer.
I think it's just to come back with the information.
Right,
Be part of the motion.
Right. So.
All right. Mayor Pro Tem, do you have any more input?
Just a question. Do we know if any of the other 35 institutions had plans to build something, or did they show any interest?
So Kamiko and Bryce did a lot of outreach. We only got 3 or 4 bites from people. One of them they referenced was the Buddhist, whatever, temple.
So what are we allowing now? As long as they stay within or we say not at all, only in the core?
I think where I'm hearing the council go is have the enhanced density within the core, and then everything would just be straight state law SB4. So if that temple wants to come in today and file their permit, they would just follow SB4.
Okay.
And
what's the density for them, according to SB4?
20 to 40 units an acre. So it would just be.
And you still have parking issues.
Yeah.
That's just.
Which, by the way, if they're within a half mile of the transit, they're going to be able to tell you to go pound sand, and you can't make me do parking anyway. So,
So that doesn't make a difference. It's just, and we all need that housing is needed, so it's.
Right off Modern Lane, so they should be able to modernize.
Yeah, that's not a way.
Okay, so I don't.
Maybe get a new road there.
So I defer to the mayor if you guys want to make a formal motion, but I understand the direction, but I defer to you guys if you want to make but I understand the direction we're going.
Yeah, so if you know you're going to come back with SB1 plus 1 core unit and information about sex offenders and murderers. Density? What about density?
And the core. The core would be the only one with the enhanced
SB, I
density.
said SB
Four.
minimum plus 1.
That's before.
And
four
well, the
years.
4, yeah.
Yep.
Okay. All right. So we can move on.
Sounds good. And continuing the theme for the night, we have 3 more housing element items, and Tim's going to do those. So, and I'm here to help
Oh,
him.
Tim.
So.
So we can.
Welcome back, Tim.
Okay, thank you. Let's wait for the PowerPoint to come up here. Okay, well, thanks so much. Well, good evening again. The council is requested to consider strategies for implementation of several programs of the city's housing element as required by state law. Next slide, please. So for the benefit of members of the public, I know the council knows this, the housing element is one of 9 required elements of the city's general plan. And the general plan serves as the blueprint or core planning document for future development of the city. The housing element incorporates an analysis of the community's housing needs and contains actionable policies, programs, and strategies to ensure the provision of safe, affordable housing stock for Marina residents of all income levels. The city's 6th cycle housing element, as we've talked a lot about, received certification or official approval by the State Department of Housing and Community Development, or HCD, on April 11th of 2024. That certification demonstrates that the city has adequately planned to fulfill the community's existing and projected housing needs, including its fair share of the Regional Housing Needs Allocation, or RHNA, through the years 2023 through 2031. To ensure ongoing compliance, the city is required to report its progress in attaining stated goals of the housing element by filing an annual progress report, or APR, with HCD. And the Planning Commission considered back in May and June at public hearing the recommended actions and adopted several resolutions recommending approval by the City Council. Next slide, please. The city's housing element contains an action plan which establishes programs intended to achieve its goals of provision of housing for occupants at all income levels as required by state law. Consistent with those statutory mandates, this evening the council is requested to accept the Planning Commission's recommendation and consider adopting the provided resolutions and an ordinance to ensure attainment of its housing element goals described briefly in the following slides. Next slide, please. So the first of 3 is anti-displacement strategies seek to reduce involuntary moves and promote housing stability for residents most vulnerable to market pressures. The city's housing element recognizes displacement as a barrier to achieving housing goals and advancing equity. Under Assembly Bill 686, jurisdictions are required to affirmatively further fair housing by addressing housing disparities and barriers to housing opportunity. Anti-displacement strategies are an essential component of affirmatively furthering fair housing goals, or AFFH goals, and implementation. The anti-displacement strategy adopted by the Planning Commission on June 11th of 2026, attached to staff report as attachment A, is presented to the City Council for review and acceptance. Next slide, please. The second of 3 programs, energy efficiency, refers to the ratio of useful energy output or service provided to energy input in accomplishment of tasks. In the context of housing rehabilitation and development, energy efficiency focuses on the strategic use of building technology. Implementation of energy efficiency measures improves air quality and building safety while also prolonging the useful life of structures in new construction and contributing to the preservation of existing housing stock. A reduction in operating expenses reduces overall housing costs. Therefore, residences being allowed to remain in their homes, preventing displacement and offsetting the risk of homelessness of low-income residents. Actions to increase energy efficiency also reduce reliance on external energy sources and minimize vulnerability to fluctuating energy prices, which are critical for furthering housing stability in low-income populations. The city has proposed a cohesive energy efficiency strategy advancing the attainment of housing element policy 6 and program 6.1 has recommended the resolution attached to the staff report. Next slide, please. So the city's housing element recognizes the detrimental effects to the community caused by the loss of existing housing units, which are affordable to lower income households. Housing Element Program 1.2 affirms the city's aim to facilitate construction of replacement housing, offsetting units which are lost to demolition in accordance with state law, including Assembly Bill AB 1397. And Program 1.2 of the Housing Element directs the city to take several actions. Program 1.2 requires staff to monitor development on non-vacant, in other words, developed or partially developed sites identified in the Housing Element sites inventory, and ensure that any development as a condition of project approval replace the existing units occupied by or deed restricted for occupancy by lower income households. A draft ordinance has been prepared amending the municipal code to ensure compliance with AB 1397 as required by the city's Housing Element. The draft ordinance also incorporates a definition for demolition, which is currently absent from the city's code. And the council is requested to consider the draft ordinance for adoption. Next slide, please. Oh, thank you. The city council is recommended to take the several actions as recommended on this slide, which I'll read briefly. As number one, adopting a resolution approving City of Marina anti-displacement strategy, addressing housing element implementation and advancing housing protections for residents most vulnerable to housing market pressures. Number two, adopt a resolution advancing energy conservation for housing and residential development as contained in the energy efficiency strategy. The third bullet there, conducting the first reading of an ordinance approving amendments to Title 17 of the City Marina Municipal Code, adding Section 17.48.050 replacement housing and Section 1704.214 or demolition to implement Housing Element Program 1.2. And then the fourth bullet, finding that the proposed measures, including municipal code revisions, are exempt from further environmental review pursuant to Section 15061B3 of the CEQA guidelines. Next slide, please. And staff are available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tim, for this topic. Let's go open a public hearing now to public comment. Anyone in the room here who would like to speak, please step forward. Not seeing anyone rise. Let's go online. Anyone online want to provide comment to this matter? Please raise your hand before we close public comment. Welcome back, Denise Turley.
Hi, thank you. My just comment in general is it's hard to take notes that fast on the slides that we're seeing. And is there the possibility of getting an electronic copy of the slides shown on these so that I have a basis of which to do further study? That'll do it for that.
Thank you. Thank you, Denise. Anyone else would like to raise your hand for online commenting? All right, we'll close the public comment. And I think that our staff, including our acting city manager, know how to contact Denise via email to send her an e-copy, and Guido says no problem. Yeah. Guido and Tim say no problem. Courtney does. Okay, let's go to council. Councilmember McCarthy.
Thanks, Mayor. I'll just say super quickly that I'm supportive of. Was there something? No, sorry. Super supportive of this. I think one downside, right, is that it does make redevelopment more expensive. Or at least that's my take. Would you agree with that? If you have to replace a low income unit because it's
well, you're required by state law anyways. We're just trying to codify it and make it like more concrete in our local ordinance.
Okay, so like the previous ordinance, this doesn't go above state law in any way?
No, this is, yeah.
This seems pretty straightforward.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, even if it did go in this case, I feel like I'd be supportive of that, but yeah, I make a motion to approve, not to end debate, but just to get us rolling.
I'm happy to second that.
Okay, so that motion includes the two resolutions before us being adopted and the first reading of the ordinance and finding that the proposed measures are exempt from further environmental review. Okay.
Just to one quick clarification, just so it does incorporate state law, but it adds the definition of demolition so that you know when it applies. I
Okay,
think there's a
thank you.
question right now as to when it applies, and so this just makes it clear.
Thank you for the clarification.
All right, if we can have a roll call vote, please.
I just wanted to ensure my colleagues didn't have,
There's no lights.
okay,
Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember McCarthy.
yes.
Councilmember McAdams.
Aye.
Councilmember Viola.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Vischer.
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
Yes. All right, thanks. That was easy, but not for you folks. So
That was a
thank you.
great action item by the council.
Well, now we know what staff likes. But good work to your team. We're going to move to the Recreation and Cultural Services. This one. Okay. So Elizabeth, this is yours regarding the park naming process. We might be getting out of here at 10 o'clock. And I'm sorry, Shep, it won't be later.
Okay, thank you, Mayor, and good evening, Council. Elizabeth Crisante, Recreation and Cultural Services Director. So tonight we are talking about the park naming process. So just to give you a little bit of background on this, we currently have 3 parks that are up for renaming. This would be Hilltop Park, City Park at the Dunes, and City Park at Sea Haven. So this topic has been under discussion with staff and the Recreation and Cultural Services Commission for several months, probably dating back to last September. So they've been talking about it for quite a while. Right after I arrived in the springtime, at my first Recreation and Cultural Services Commission meeting on May 6th, I presented a draft application and submission process. I received feedback on it and I revised it. At the July 22nd commission meeting, I presented the updated version and the commission approved it. And so that's what I'll be presenting to you tonight. And that's what's in your staff report. So let's go to the next slide. So the park naming process is outlined in Resolution 2002-122. This was adopted June 18th, 2002. And in a nutshell, it outlines policy and procedure for naming all city-owned facilities and properties. It encourages public support through engagement and submission opportunities. It defines best practices for choosing options that best represent or are related to the geographical area, the terrain, historical significance, other categories, etc. The resolution also allows for city properties and buildings to be named after people or corporations when a substantial gift is involved and provides guidelines if no substantial gift has been given. And finally, the resolution outlines a review process giving City Council final approval for all names. Next slide. So the timeline that we are proposing for this is also in accordance with the resolution. We're looking at an application submission timeframe of potentially starting relatively soon after tonight, assuming that council approves us moving forward with it, ideally giving 6 to 8 weeks for a really robust application submittal process. So I have October 31st as the deadline. However, that can be a moving target based on council's direction, or if we want to go longer. So it's very flexible. So the initial process as outlined in the staff report would be that staff would vet all of the applications that come in once the due date is passed. And that's really more to just kind of weed out any that are, say, not completely filled out, not legible, not completed by Marina residents, really just paring down all of the ones that are obviously not meeting the guidelines. And then staff will present those applications in a pool to the Recreation and Cultural Services Commission for a review as well. And that is also follows a good process that the resolution outlines that suggests having a subcommittee of some kind to do reviewing. And so the commission's job would then be to pare down the pool and create a smaller application grouping that would then come to council. So really, by the time it comes to council, it would have gone through several different vetting processes, and you would ultimately be presented with a pool that is, relatively representative of the larger application pool. If we get 200 applications total, ideally we'd like to present council with, say, 10 max for final approval. So that would be the timeline. Going to next slide. Thanks, Belinda. So this isn't legible for folks at home, but the application is included in the staff report. And so the application essentially just outlines how we would verify residency, and that would be requiring folks to give us their address. It would talk about just some of those best practices, do's and don'ts, and then it would request information based on why people are proposing the name that they are, for the justification behind it. And then we do also have the hyperlink available so that if this is an online form that people can fill out, it would take them directly to the website, which would have pictures and visual aids of the location so that people can kind of get an idea of what they're naming, because some people aren't familiar with these areas. And then ultimately applications would be turned into the department. We would be the initial clearinghouse for that. It is already created as a fillable document, so it can be submitted electronically via email, or it could be turned in hard copy to City Hall. There's lots of different ways to do that. Next slide. And so our thought process on running the campaign for the naming application process, we would do a big press release for it. We would do a thoughtful and intentional online engagement campaign. We would use social media. We would do distribution through our existing programs and events. And then we would also have card copies available. And also we're open to other suggestions as well if council has other ideas. These are just the kind of the low-hanging fruit opportunities that we thought we would tackle. And we want to do a really good saturation of the community with this. One thought process too was to also submit it through the monthly newsletter as well. So that might be a good distribution channel. So next slide. Thank you. So the recommendation tonight is for City Council to adopt the resolution approving the department to move forward with the proposed park naming process for Hilltop Park, City Park at the Dunes, and City Park at Sea Haven in accordance with the guidelines defined in Resolution 2002-122. Next slide. And that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to take questions and comments, and let's chat about it.
Great. Thank you, Elizabeth. It's great to see this coming forward. Let's go to the folks in the room. Please come on up to the podium if you wish to speak. All right, no one's coming, so we'll go online. Denise, I don't know if this was something you want to talk about now. So let's go to Denise Turley in case this is fresh.
Yeah, actually it is.
Okay.
I just would like to add to this discussion that we not use the word park in a place that's called Preston Park. Preston Park, or Park, Preston Park just doesn't make any sense. I would ask that that Elizabeth and her team, and I've already asked her this, that they choose a name, any name, whatever the name is, even the ones that aren't being changed, and consistently use that name and ask staff and the council and everyone else to consistently use that name so there isn't so much confusion when there's the double park word in the conversation. That's it.
Thanks, Denise, and we hope you continue to enjoy Preston Park. let's go to Mike Mueller. Welcome back, Mike.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor. Council and staff, I tell you, Denise read my mind. Yeah, sports complex would be a better name for Preston Park. But I was thinking in the future, if there happens to be an auditorium type of, amphitheater at the Dunes Second Avenue Park, would there be a consideration to name that amphitheater something other than the park itself? If you have such a big park, what happens if there's a soccer field that goes up at Sea Haven? Would it be the Bob Smith soccer field within this park? Just wondering. That's it. Thanks. Good night.
Thank you, Mike. Anyone else wishing to speak? Please raise your hand. Okay, we'll close public comment. And to Mike's question, the all-inclusive playground, could it have a specific name? And is that for tonight? Or is tonight we're just talking about those 3 parks and a process for those 3?
So tonight we're mainly just talking about the 3 parks. But I think that if there's direction from council in the future that we want to have a naming campaign for a particular feature or amenity, that we would be open to that. I think it just has to fall within the guidelines of the resolution.
All right. Let's go to Councilmember McAdams.
Thank you, Mayor. I absolutely support the resolution, and thank you for this work. But what I am going to speak to, though, is the policy from 2002. Because so the resolution that we're potentially passing this evening is not going to supersede this prior policy and procedure. Is that correct? Okay, thank you. So I would like, of course, move forward with this. Thank you for the form. The resolution is written well. I would like, though, for the naming policy, the overall policy to come back to us. We're seeing with all of the Cesar Chavez libraries and so we're really in real time experiencing what happens when you name facilities or parks, when you give it a person's name and then something comes up, or even with Civil War statues and stuff like that, right? So, and this might be for the city attorney, how I'm reading and understanding the policy, there's really, and the 2002 policy, there's really not clarification of my family's going to donate $5, or are we donating $1 million? And is the name for perpetuity, or is it for 30 days? So, so I think that this needs a lot of work. And I also think about equity too, right? Just because your family or my family has deep pockets, no, we don't get to own the park, or we don't get to have the name. So, I want to be mindful, these are our community spaces, right? And then also, in the form, thank you for including the form. When we talk about the sort of the site name or the neighborhood, right? Well, what concerns me is, especially with neighborhoods that have HOAs, if you name the park the Dunes Park or whatever, then those residents are going to feel ownership, right? And I know that the county experiences that in East Garrison, oh, those people don't live here. Why are they here at Lincoln Park playing soccer? So I think we need to be really mindful of that, because these are, and I understand that there are some cul-de-sac parks that are owned by the HOAs, but these are the city parks. So let's not name them after the development, or, let's make sure that it's known within the name that this is a community park for everybody, not just the residents of those specific areas. I think that's all I have. I mean, of course, just sort of like the community engagement with the designing of the parks, going into the schools. I would encourage that, staff reach out to MPUSD and have the flyer put in their newsletters and stuff like that, because I would really like to see, again, our youth and our kids taking ownership and naming the parks in addition to designing them. Thanks.
All right. Thank you, Jenny. City Attorney Renee Ortega.
Just really quick. So yes, while the policy could be clarified as far as, what qualifies as a donation, and the period of time in which a park would be named after someone. But I think there are several, kind of procedural things that need to happen for that. So for example, city council would need to accept the donation, right? So, and so in that sense, you'd still have some discretion. So.
Okay. Let's go to Councilmember Biala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I agree with Councilmember McAdams. I want to say that I like the idea of naming a park on natural or geographic features, a traditional theme of the city, which is, in the staff report here, as opposed to an individual, for one of the reasons of we may later have to rescind that, and everybody's gotten, used to that park being named that. It's happening more often than you would think these days. And so I think we should, think about that. And quite frankly, if it's a place where children go, to name it after a person who, one, they don't know, and then sometimes has a hard time remembering what that name was. And then on top of that, adults may not even know that person.
Mhm.
And 2 generations from now, the people who knew that person won't be around. And so it's just so complicated when you're going to name something after a person. So I really hope that we even have the children name it, or, have a name that's suggestive of the things. I mean, we even say, the Owl Park, or, the pirate ship one. That's what kids remember. So I have a hard time with, the name kind of thing. And I also would like to humbly ask you to make the deadline after the elections in January, because, these naming things, they can get tangled up in politics, and we're so close to the elections. November 5th versus your October 31st. Can we just kind of let the new council kind of take a bite at the apple here and whatever? So thank you. That's my only comments.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Fisher.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you. And I would like to thank the commission, the Recreation Commission, who really worked on this. And so it already includes, the form already says include potential names should not include names of individuals. So that's covered for these 3 parks, at least for now. So, and the whole goal was to, Councilmember McAdams, the whole goal was to avoid or to change the names from the Dunes and Sea Haven, just to avoid any confusion about everybody's welcome, which, by the way, is also for the parks that are owned by HOAs, at least in our HOA. Everybody's welcome. And so I think this is it, because I just agree with everything else I heard, including I hate to see that people can just buy a name. No, no. And I've joked in the past, if I don't know if they're listening, but Kaiser or Montage, depending on the gift, on the donation, and then only for a limited amount of time. So, but anyway, that's not for these 3 parks now. And I'm looking forward to seeing what especially the kids will come up with, because they designed the play structures, and everybody loves the play structures. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Biala.
So soon? Did anyone else want to say anything? I'm sorry, I had not seen that we don't name things after the people. So thank you, because in the body it was saying something about individuals. So
Yeah, so just for clarification, there are already several facilities in the public building inventory that are named after individuals. So through this process, we really just want to stay away from naming after individuals or corporations and stick with the categories that are specifically listed on the application, which are historical significance, geographical, terrain,
Yes,
et
yeah.
cetera.
And I don't know, in future policies, do we say when we can also change the names from individuals to, you know, a more generic name that's, I don't know if that's in the policy anywhere.
Yeah, so the policy is very general. And so as Councilmember McAdams pointed out, there probably needs to be a little bit of overhaul on it, especially as we're getting into so much more development where we're having the opportunity to explore naming more and more amenities, parks, you know, potential streets, buildings, all of these different kinds of things. So so I think that's another great reason to kind of stay away from the naming after individuals or corporations, because it provides additional layers of complexity to the whole process.
And my point was the ones that have been named already to individuals, can we reverse that and name it something else in the future, you know?
Yeah, I think we probably have to define that.
And also, if we're going to take away the individual names, maybe there's another way we can honor people. I don't know, you know, have some kind of things, you know, in our city hall, our new city hall, something of a recognition kind of thing. If we're going to get away from naming facilities or parks after people.
Okay, given the hour, I think we're almost done with these 3 parks. So
I'm done.
Modifying the policy and other things are coming, it sounds like. But for tonight, we have we're talking about these 3 parks. So I'd like to motion that we adopt the resolution before us approving the Recreation Cultural Service Department progressing with the park naming process for these 3 parks as defined in the guidelines of the resolution
I second.
2002-122. Okay, Councilmember McCarthy?
Yeah, I just wanted to follow on to Councilmember Bial. I mean, like the Tates, for example, I believe are still here. So I just want to be cognizant of when we have that.
Let's focus on.
Well, it's already been said, so I just want to put it on the record. I understand, Mayor.
So let's keep it straight.
Okay.
Anything
So
more?
I want to be cognizant of that.
Anything more?
No.
Councilmember McAdams?
So I'd like to make a friendly amendment for staff and or the city attorney to come back with a draft policy, like a rewrite of the draft policy based off of the feedback.
Sure. And just to clarify, do you want that to come back prior to this process happening, this particular naming process for these 3 locations?
No, I mean, move forward
Okay.
with the 3. Yeah, but
I
just
just wanna make
also
sure.
to be working on the
Yeah.
policy, and then to bring language with regards to or ideas of how we would rename parks and facilities.
Right. But we are getting beyond the agenda item. So
Can we do the deadline though to be moved? She
Yes,
has
the
October
deadline.
31st.
Yes, the deadline's a moving target, and I'm happy to move that.
Okay, thank
Yeah.
you.
is everyone agreement with that? Moving the deadline? Okay. So what's the new deadline?
November.
Councilmember Biala prefers for after the election, so
And when the new council takes, and so,
Yeah,
yeah.
so
it
we
would
could
be
do-
January.
end of calendar year.
Yeah.
Make it easy.
All right, I'll accept that friendly amendment, end of the calendar year. Okay. Anyone else with final comments before I go to a motion? All in favor, please say aye. I'm sorry.
So just a final comment. I've mentioned it before. Like you say, often parks are named after something that's in the park. These parks, 2 of the parks have not been constructed yet. So that would almost be an argument to wait another year, but okay, because then you can name it after whatever is there, like the zipline park or.
I think a lot of people know what's coming. Pirate.
Yeah, so we'll have the drawings up there. Yeah.
Oh, yes, we'll
yeah.
have visual aids available.
Thank you.
All right. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Motion passed unanimously. I'll motion we go to 10:15, see if we can get this finished.
Yes. But it's
Is there a second?
Yep.
Okay.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, so we're gonna move on to a couple items that were pulled, starting with 10G1, which regards our local coastal program.
So I'll make this really short. We had a very long discussion about the local coastal program, which Phil, our senior planner, is taking the lead on. At that meeting, we had a very lengthy discussion about having mixed use standards within the local coastal program for a couple of properties mostly off the Walmart site. So we engaged with the consultant, and Phil did great work and worked with the Coastal Commission. They're willing to pay for about 40,000 of that consultant work, and then we just need to pick up another 25K to prepare those mixed use standards. And that's what we're here for today, just to get authorization to amend the contract with EMC so we can add those mixed use standards to the local coastal program, and then bring it hopefully back to council by February, March. So that's really what we're doing today.
All right, Councilmember McCarthy, you were the one that pulled.
Yes, Mayor, thank you. I certainly support the additional visioning exercise. The reason I pulled it is I just am a little concerned with the language in the RFP or whatever this is. My concern is really about how the scope is framed. The staff report mentions the developer's proposal several times, and I thought the direction that we gave is that it was an agnostic kind of review of what's best for Marina, regardless of what any particular developer is proposing. And so I don't think it's a deal breaker for me to approve it tonight, but the wording is a little bit problematic for me. I wish that it didn't include those references, because I think what we're trying to do is design something regardless of who the developer is. And then the only other question I had is there's a couple stakeholder meetings. It doesn't really, I couldn't see who all the stakeholders are. Is that just the developer in the city, or?
Phil looked at the contract in more detail if you want to comment on who the stakeholders are.
Okay. And then in terms of, I think you said it was developer in the city, but in terms of when the council will be involved again, I'm worried that staff is going to get too far ahead and you're going to come to council and council is going to say, oh, that's not exactly what we were envisioning, right? Because we gave direction that was a little bit vague. But what we said is we wanted it, I recall, really high quality mixed use, and probably not what the initial proposal from the developer was. And so I want to make sure that that has been heard, is on the record, and that, you don't come back to us in 6 months and we say, hey, this is exactly what the developer proposed. And this is, we've already said.
We understood very clearly from the council that you didn't want us to just drop a commercial pad in the middle of the project and call it a mixed use site. So that's part of the reason why we're engaging with consultants to give us. If the council wants, we could certainly come back halfway through or 3/4 of the way through and show what we've worked on. We can certainly do that.
I would encourage staff to engage council early and often on this particular project, because I think it has been kind of controversial, but that's just me. I don't know what the rest of council would say. Thank you.
Okay, Brian, I don't see reference to developer favoritism. That's my word in the resolution or the Fourth Amendment. But if there is, I think we could talk tonight about striking it.
We understand the direction, Mayor and Council. We want this
side of this room.
Yeah.
The developer, others might see a favoritism and think it's okay.
Of course.
So this is our chance to change anything, Brian, that you see in the resolution or the Fourth Amendment.
Yeah, I don't think it was in the resolution so much as the staff report where
Okay.
it says,
All right, well, we can't change the staff report tonight. That's a done deal.
or in the,
What is that staff report?
Yes.
Okay, that's a moot point, right? We can't change the staff report. But if there's any suggestion you have for the resolution, Brian, or the Fourth Amendment, to your points, this would be a good time.
okay, yeah, my suggestions would be in the amendment, to engage, there says City of Marina, 2 council meetings, engage the city council early once some preliminary concepts are designed before you go too far into those concepts.
Where would you put that, Brian?
Task 5.
Extension of term?
No, it's task 5 in the proposal from EMC. It says EMC Planning Group, page 17. Will attend up to 2 city council meetings.
Okay, what would you like to say instead?
Not instead, but in addition, that those meetings occur relatively early in the process after the initial concepts are envisioned.
Guido, can you help us?
That's totally appropriate. That's totally.
What language would you suggest, Guido?
Yeah, I don't think I personally am not suggesting any language. I just want staff to hear me and be on the record.
We understand the direction.
So I'm a little confused, but I'm almost there. Developer gives us a design.
Nope.
No?
No. This contract, we will work with EMC planning to come up with mixed use standards. We will get some initial feedback from the developer, hearing from the council. Shortly thereafter, come back with what the initial concept is, get that feedback, continue the development process, and bring the LCP back to council. That's what I'm hearing tonight.
Okay, so after developer input, then we have the 2 meetings, or no, the 2 meetings happen before the developer input.
I would probably save the consultant budget by just saving those 2 meetings for the end. Phil and I would just come to you guys with the conceptual standards. And then we would get that feedback and bring that back to EMC planning so we don't eat into the budget.
Okay, that doesn't sound happy for the residents. They come in at the end, it's harder for them to make changes. If it's already gone to the developer and council, and then we have community meetings.
So my whole issue is that really the developer should come in at the end. We're doing a regulatory zoning guide, right? We're not saying, hey, developer, what do you want?
All right, so how about the first community meeting is a brainstorm session, and then we get the developer to do what the developer wants to give us.
So can I clarify? This is what the contractor will do, what EMC planning will do. What you want to direct staff to do, you can just make that part of your motion. But right here, for example, this exhibit is part of a contract for what the contractor will do and what the city will pay the contractor.
I get that. And I think that
the contractor being
EMC planning.
Thank you, Renee. In task 5, if we're specific, we're more likely to get just what we want as far as process. So if we think it's important to say 1 community meeting kicks it off, developer hears that, provides his input, council revises his input, puts their input, then we have a second meeting. I think that the community is happy if they get the first bite and then the last bite. But if we don't say that, we don't know how it's going to go. So if it's important to sequence this, let's put the sequence in the contract.
So, I mean, maybe one way to say it is the first city council meeting should be before substantial discussions with the developer. And the
Community
reason
meeting or council meeting?
council meeting. And the reasoning is I think the sequence of events should be the city should say, okay, these are the general zoning guidelines that we have, and then go to the developer and say, okay, developer, how does your vision meet with, we're not saying, oh, you want to build, how can we adjust our zoning to meet your vision? I don't think that's smart.
All right. So I don't understand the sequence. I don't understand where the 2, it's 2 council meetings. I was thinking community meeting. Okay, good. So I was okay, mistaken. So I guess what we're saying is we'd like the council meeting first, developer comes into the process second, and then the city council has another meeting. And that's how we get the 2 city council meetings.
I think that makes sense.
And the planning, okay. Is that all right?
Mr. Mayor, can I ask our city attorney a philosophical question? This is about ultimating ordinance development, right?
Yes, that is correct. Well, you're implementing a plan, the local coastal plan.
Right.
So this is just a contract for the consultant to do the work. Now,
Right.
aside from that, you can direct staff to come 10
Right.
times you
Right.
want.
But
That's
we're
that's
directing-
different. This is just saying that the consultant, you're going to pay $25,000 additional dollars for the consultant to show up at 2 council meetings.
Right, but all
Right?
these things
So that-
here are what we're directing
The
the consultant to do. So it's still fair for us to talk about 2 meetings for council or whatever, right? So I just want to ask a philosophical question. Is the developer on par with the general public? Because we're not making an ordinance change for a particular developer, correct? So it's not like it's an applicant coming to us for a piece of development where we give them extra time beyond the public, right?
That is correct. Now they are a stakeholder. So just like any other stakeholder,
Right.
what staff does is reaches out to the stakeholders
Right.
to get their input.
Right.
So for example, the downtown vitalization plan, which was just considered,
We went
staff
with the
went out
businesses.
to the several businesses to
Right.
get some of their input
Yes.
before moving forward. with
Yes,
that plan.
okay, and which is different than us saying they're entitled to have special time because this ordinance is not meant for them. It's a generalized ordinance.
That's correct.
Okay, great, thank you.
Brian, do you want to summarize?
Sure.
what you want to ask by?
Yep, I'm happy to start a motion that that the city council adopts a resolution approving the Fourth Amendment of professional services as stated in the staff report. Also, number 2 and 3, this authorizing city manager to execute the services agreement and authorizing the finance department to make the necessary accounting and budgetary entries, and give general direction to staff that the first council meeting happens before substantial conversations with the developer. Doesn't mean you can't engage stakeholders, but substantial conversations, right? To get an idea if the visions are in line with what council wants.
Perfect. Great. Okay, I'll second that. Can you repeat that last piece so that Shep has an easier time putting
Yes.
it into the,
Sorry, Shep. Yeah,
you got it. Okay. Mayor Pro Tem, do you have any input?
Not anymore, but because it's mute now, but I
not-
can say that I really liked what I read, that all we are asking is professionals to come up with standards. And then and then staff can come back with those standards and say, hey, do you like this? Yeah. And then whoever is the developer will have to follow those requirements, guidelines.
Right, but when we get the development standards, that's like the minimum. And then the community and us might want to put some more
Yes,
information
so
there.
they can, staff, we don't need the consultant to come in, the staff can present to us.
Well, we would want the consultant to say if our additional suggestions hold water in their opinion or not.
I would be okay with just having professionals do it and then present.
But
to
you
staff
think
members.
this council would be okay?
Yes, I don't think so. So, okay,
Councilor Viola?
I'll go with them.
Okay. All right. I guess there's no further comments, input. All in favor, please say aye.
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 That passes unanimously. Let's go to 10:20 if necessary. I think we just have one more item, which is
10K1.
Second.
10K1. So we'll go till 10:20 and try to wrap this up.
Second.
Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, let's continue with 10K1. And Brian, since you pulled it, do you want to tell us what you had in mind?
Sure, Mr. Mayor. I pulled it for a couple of reasons. One, I mean, when we're talking about a 2.4 million expenditure, just the optics of having that on consent didn't sit well with me. So I wanted to pull it for that reason alone. I'm actually super excited about this. I'm a little bit of a geek when I see those, what are they called, with the little driver in the back? Like, it makes me smile like you wouldn't believe. I don't know why. I love it. Like
The caboose.
yeah, I'm like a
Tractor
little,
drawn aerial.
thank you.
Yeah.
I'm like a little kid when I see a tractor drawn aerial. But having said that, I mean, I asked some questions for the record, and one of them was, you know, is there potentially some operational benefits to having the prior version? And the answer was maybe, right? Like there's pros and cons of everything. I do worry about, you know, where the truck will be stored. And I think that was answered in my questions that, you know, I'd like to have maybe entered into the record or, but yeah, I wanted to put those things on the record. I think that was my biggest concerns. Grants. So I struggle with this because several neighboring cities applied for grants at the time when the state was pushing these housing laws, and they said, oh, we don't have a ladder truck and we can't, you know, it's a life and safety. Marina was never successful at that. Is there a sense that maybe it's too late for that? Can we still try to go out and get some money? I mean, did we take the wrong approach by approving these bigger buildings and not asking for the grants first? And then the second question is, Palm, they have a fire or a ladder, right?
That's correct. Palm does have a ladder, but it can be staffed either here or up in Monterey. So it's not guaranteed to be in our area.
And so we were told once upon a time that this was super important because Palm at Fort Ord was going away. Do we have a latest status on that? Do we know, or?
I'm going to ask Chief Sweeney to answer that.
Gotten a lot of different answers over the years. The bottom line is they're a federal department, and if they're commanding general that is in charge of their area comes in and decides it's time for budget cuts or to change the level of service, they really can go away at any time. And that's directly from some of their chiefs.
They do what they want when they want.
Yeah, there's no plan for them to leave at this time. But as you know, the way their proximity with Seaside's building a new fire station in that area. There's probably some politics there between the feds and local government. They do have a responsibility for an area they cover, but there's no guarantee that they're going to be here in the long term.
So yeah, my takeaways are the two things. One, if we can still apply for grants, let's do it. Two, once upon a time, there was a huge sense of urgency. I still think it's really important, but maybe the urgency is slightly less since Palm is not gone when we were told it would be gone by this time. So thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, thank you. Councilmember McAdams.
Thank you, Mayor. What I would like, and thank you so much for replying to the questions.
Of course.
If Anita, if you're able to get the chief's answers and somehow can we make that a public record? I don't know if you can attach it to the agenda online or something, but I do think that members of the public would appreciate the answers to the questions.
Chief's
So.
answers to which questions?
Well, I submitted several questions. I think Councilmember McCarthy did, and so the chief, and Mayor Pro Tem. So the chief provided.
You want these on the record somehow?
I would, yes.
How would you like them on the record?
Well, I just said maybe Anita can upload them to the agenda or attach them. I'm not
I
sure.
guess in the minutes would be the right way. So you can attach these. to
Great,
the-
however she wants to do it.
Is that the best way or is there a better way? Okay.
And I too encourage the grants. I mean, I think Soledad got like $1 million. So
With the grant process, so the major grant for fire apparatus is the AFG grant, the Assistance to Firefighters grant. It closed late May, early June this year, so it won't reopen until 2027. And also because this money's already budgeted, because we canceled the previous truck, we don't show the financial need since we're carrying that money in the budget currently to purchase this truck. But that's not to say future apparatus purchases or firefighter staffing or anything else, we won't go for grants on those.
okay, so that's interesting. Okay, all right, thank you.
Kristen and Mark, with Presidio, Monterey, Palm still there, and they can say in a year or two they're going. Then after that, there might be a year or two before they actually go. Comparing that to our timeline where we want this truck because they're leaving, it could take us 2 to 3 years to find the money, get the truck in operation, right? It's like it's not a quick thing for us to decide to go ahead and get the truck because Palm's leaving. But Palm leaving is not a quick thing either. They would probably give us notice of a couple of years, right? It seems like.
If we were able to even order the truck today, it'd be a minimum of 3 years before we received it. So we're looking at 2030 before we even get delivery of this apparatus. And that timeline's pretty standard. So the longer we wait, the longer it's pushed out.
So, thank you. So the council comfort would need to be that, A, we don't really need our own truck because we can get mutual aid to bring a special truck when we need it. And B, we have to have comfort that if Palm leaves and we decide we do need it, that we have a quick enough way to get it, that we're not left without, except coming from Monterey or something. So it seems to me that the appropriate comfort level was, let's get our own truck in 2 to 3 years and not be dependent on Palm being there forever. All right, so would someone like to make a motion? Or let's go to public comment. It was on, but it was off consent. It's pulled from consent. It was pulled from consent. So it wasn't on public comment. Oh, gotcha. Okay, let's, Mayor Pro, I'm sorry, Councilmember McAdams or McCarthy, do you have more input?
I was gonna make a motion, but.
Okay, I'm really concerned. We're gonna, this is a huge investment, right? And then we're sticking it in a tent or something? I mean, I have a lot of concerns about that, just because the weathering and typically, the trucks need to be cared for and tended to and driven. And so I mean, and I recognize the time and the need, and I just want to express that, oh my goodness, we're putting this $3 million.
Right. Let's talk about that. So I would propose we extend this meeting to 10:30 if need be.
Second.
Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Chief, can you talk about the quality of storage?
Yes. So the tent is really only a temporary solution. The idea is that the station will be built and it will be able to house this. So the designs for this station conceptually already have a truck bay that's big enough to house this ladder truck. So that's the plan. But in the meantime, when this gets here in 2030, 2031, we do have a temporary area where we can store it if need be.
And what's the quality of that storage as far as rusting, et cetera?
Yeah, in 4 years, I don't know. With the ocean air and everything else we have going on here, it may not be quality, but
I mean-
it was about a $20,000 investment. And so it's a easily replaceable investment if we need to for temporary storage purposes.
I'm sorry, I meant when the truck is in the storage you plan, is the truck adequately protected?
Yes, it would be.
So it itself isn't going to rust while it's in the storage because the storage is wimpy. Storage is adequate enough to protect the truck.
Yeah, we may have to modify it some in 4 years from now, but yes, we will make sure that it's protected.
Okay. Ishmael, public comment is already over.
Chief Maurer and I are having a conversation tomorrow. We already have plans designed to expand Fire Station 2 for this truck in a permanent building. Council last year approved that project. We have $1.2 million for it, minus the design costs. Design is done. We're ready to put it out to bid. What she and I are going to discuss tomorrow is, do we put it out to bid right now or in 2029? What do we do? So, yeah, that plan you already approved. It'll be housed in a well-constructed facility.
Right. So the conversation you have tomorrow is important because $20,000 is different than 1.2 million. With a new fire station coming, maybe we need to wait to see what happens with the UUT and see
Correct.
if it doesn't pass, what the new council does to progress toward a fire station. And if there's no progress, then that 1.2 million might be better spent than if
Right.
the UUT passed or there was progress anyway. But that's an important conversation tomorrow. Okay. Brian, you want to make the motion?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. And just realizing that this isn't a motion to approve a purchase, but to designate funding, I'd like to move that we adopt resolution 2026, directing staff to specify a new tractor drawn aerial configuration for a truck that will meet the needs of the city of Marina, not to exceed $2.4 million, including the $882,406 already applied to the purchase.
Is there a second for that?
I'll second, but I have a remark afterwards.
Okay, Brian, you excited? You got to say it?
I'm excited. I got to say it.
Listen to that truck.
A tractor drawn
Drawn?
aerial, but I would have never called it that. I always say it with the awesome little guy, so he drives in the back, right? Like
Yes. Yeah.
The doohickey.
Or a tiller.
Yeah, actually the awesome little woman or guy who drives in the back.
Yes.
You mean strong woman? Not little.
Oh, little guy, but strong woman. Okay, whatever.
Yeah, exactly.
You want to do. She wants to both. But I did want to make a remark about the fire stations too, because it has been approved, the 1.2 million. See? And if you've ever visited, which I finally did recently, did you know they have a porta potty there for our staff? So the extension to house the ladder truck will also include more than that. It will have an extra bathroom and some more space for those people. So I encourage you to go visit the fire station 2 at the airport and then come back and say you want to postpone the $1.2 million project there. I think we should go ahead with that and have it ready for when that truck comes in 3.5 years.
Well, at this point, we're not having a say, but they're having a meeting tomorrow.
Yes, but when I heard postpone or wait for the next council, like go visit please and see if you think it's okay for our staff to have a porta potty. So
Thank you.
okay.
All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please say no. Thank you. That motion passed unanimously. And we are adjourned.
Could I just add one thing for the council, though? This has been a really long process, and I just want to really thank Chief McCown because he really started this years ago. And so the firefighters have been very patient through this process, and we thank you very much for the support.
Thank you, Kristen, for that comment.